as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the SRC, and thou members of Congress with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through our labor, the student body may be well and thy good purposes for the common human life. Grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded in service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thoughts, and sacrifice to the speed, the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Amen.
Right. So I'll proceed with the introductory remarks. And so may I have the pleasure of welcoming honorable members and our guests to the first sitting of the Vetting Committee of the 63rd Congress of the Ghana School of Law, SRC. Honorable members, we have received a communication from His Excellency, the President of the Ghana School of Law, SRC, nominating the following members for various offices. And so for the Chief Justice, Office of the Chief Justice, we have Clement Yamwa, Mr. Clement Yamwa. For the Office of Electoral Commissioner, we have Richard Osei-Boatin. And for the Office of First Deputy Electoral Commissioner, we have David Donko. And for the Office of the Third Deputy EC Chair, we have Abraham Seth Azi. And for the Office of the Second Deputy EC Chair, we have Millicent Irama Impi. But for the purposes of this gathering, we will be vetting the first four I mentioned, with being the CJ, the Chief Justice nominee, the Electoral Commissioner nominee, the First Deputy EC Chair nominee, and the Third Deputy EC Chair nominee. For the Second Deputy EC Chair nominee, vetting will be scheduled for a later time due to the time which we received her documents. We didn't receive them on time, and so we couldn't schedule her for this vetting. That will be catered for in the subsequent vetting schedules. And so following the communication, a referral was made to the committee, hence the setting of approval by Congress of the SRC as mandated by Article 35 of the Constitution of the SRC. And so, honorable members, we have received the necessary documents in line with the vetting guidelines we published earlier, and are set to vet the nominee, starting with the Chief Justice nominee, Mr. Clement Yamwa. So if my honorable clerk has any preliminary comments to make, I'll yield the floor to him before I proceed.
Mr. Chair, please kindly proceed.
Very well. So, okay. That said, if my honorable clerk has nothing to say, I think it's time for the nominee to take his seat. If the nominee is here present, nominee, please assume your seats and be ready for the next session of the session, the next phase of the session. Nominee, may
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you are ready and set to, and welcome. Congratulations on your nomination as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members of this House. Thank you very much.
Right.
Chairman, we are unable to see the nominee.
Yes, nominee, please.
Yes. So please turn on your video so you can be seen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Thank you very much. As honorable members, at this juncture, once the nominee is firmly seated and ready to go, I'll call on the clerk of the committee to administer the oath, so we proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Clement Yamwa, I don't know if you have a Bible beside you or you would want to affirm by raising your right hand, and then you say this after me. Please unmute so that we can hear you.
Very well.
So when I say I, then you repeat and mention your name, and then we continue from there. Please, is that okay?
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So I
Clement Yamwa,
do swear in the name of the Almighty God
do swear in the name of the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
before this committee
before this committee,
touching on the matter in issue,
touching on the matter in issue,
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So do help me, God.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the nominee has taken the oath and we may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. And before we proceed, honorable members are reminded of the ground rules for this vetting session and the subsequent vetting sessions. And I'd like to quickly run through the ground rules so that we are on the same page or at par. So for after the preliminary round, that is the introduction of the nominee and the purpose for which it gathered, the oath being administered, each nominee. So the nominee will be given the opportunity to introduce himself, state his vision, and a brief summary of what he intends to achieve in his office. Then members of the committee shall be given time to ask the nominees the questions they so please. And so each member of the committee has a maximum of 8 minutes for the question round. And so we will take, beginning from the chairman, this is myself, then we'll proceed to the clerk, then the caucus leaders, then basically the leadership will come, then the rest will continue accordingly. And so that is it by way of the station. So then, after the round of questions, the nominee, while the session runs, we have comments during the question round. Anybody wants to make and proceed accordingly, you are recognized to make a contribution on the floor. No interruptions will be allowed, and the time will also be enforced strictly. So the recording is in progress, and I believe that it is also streaming live on YouTube for the benefit of other members of the Src. And so without further ado, I would urge on members now to introduce themselves before we proceed. And so honorable members of the committee, kindly introduce yourselves. I'll begin by introducing myself. I am Arahizabeku Ansah, and I'm the chairman of this committee. As honorable clerk, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Francis Atterwood, the clerk of the Vetting Committee. Thank you.
I am Percy Owusu-Danko Fori, also a member of this vetting committee.
Hello, Honorable Mimilita Okuku, also a member of this vetting committee.
Mr. Chairman, I am Aaron Asiedu Entry, a member of this committee.
Okay. So thank you, honorable members. We thank you for taking time to join this meeting. So, honorable nominee, on you. And so you may need to introduce yourself first, then you tell us your vision for the office before we proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. Respectfully, I am Clement Yamoa, currently a Part 2 student of Ghana School of Law. I had my basic education at a Roman Catholic basic school at Akim Wenchi, close near Akimodan. That is where I come from, and had my secondary school education at the Salvation Army Senior High, also at Akim Wenchi. From there, I proceeded to a police training school in the year 2008 and completed the year 2009 as a constable of the Ghana Police Service. And I was posted to Agonos Radio, where I have been throughout my years of work up to this time. I also pursued a bachelor degree in law at CAF University College and completed the year 2024 and had the opportunity to also to come to the Ghana School of Law. Whilst I was at the CAF University College, I had the opportunity to also take part in the Institute of a Chartered Accountant program. And currently, I'm also done with Part 1 and left with a few papers to complete with Part 2. Whilst also in Ghana School of Law Part 2, I've also enrolled in a master's program with the University of Ghana, LLM in Tax Practice and Policies, which I'm currently enrolled in, and hopefully to get it done maybe by September this year. So these are the basic educational background of mine. I would like to share with this committee some of the personal educational achievements I've also made through my journey as a student. Mr. Chairperson, first of all, whilst at the police training in the year 2008 to 2009, by God's grace, I was adjudged as a overall best recruit for the Ghana Police Service during my squad. During my studies also at the CAF University College, I happened also to attain a first class position. And whilst I also participated in the Chartered Institute of Accountants Ghana, I was also adjudged the best student in business law, business and corporate law, and also the best overall student for level 1 in the November 2023 sitting. So, Mr. Chairperson and honorable members, these are few educational achievements I have also, by God's grace, gotten for myself and added to my portfolio. I am very motivated with this particular position as a Chief Justice. Even before I forget, I would also like to state to this out that whilst at the CAF University College, I also had an opportunity to also be appointed as the Chief Justice for the CAF University Law Students Union, and also served same-handedly during my academic year. As a chairperson, I'm very grateful and I'm very motivated with this position. I thank the president for appointing and nominating me, and I know with God on my side and having mercies on this committee, I am approved. I would like to give out my best and work hard for the benefit of the students of Ghana School of Law. As a chairperson, I had an opportunity to also interact with the outgoing administration and had opportunity to read some of their reports during their handing over. And in it contains some challenges that the administration faced, as well as some progress they also made during their era. Among the things they achieved included, one, the building of the online docketing system. According to the old administration, they came and met a situation where the state of record keeping of the judiciary was in deplorable state, and they have to try to get an online system where they will keep docket and information on cases and processes filed at the court. They also engage in the e-filing system where processes filed at the courts are being embossed with digital stamps. These are some of the few innovations that was brought by the previous administration. They made several recommendations as to how we can improve upon this. And I think I concur with most of the things and the recommendations they've also made. My challenge is that most of the innovative activities they brought on board were actually not having any legal framework. So I think with my administration, it will be at the heart of this administration to initiate processes to have a legal framework or a legal basis for these digital innovations that have been brought by the previous administration. So this is one thing that I would like to work on during my administration, where we can get legal basis for most of the digital inventions and innovations that have been brought by the previous administration. They also, looking at the report, they had also taken steps to have an online reporting of previous decisions of the Src Supreme Court. I think it's also in the right direction, and I also believe that we need to strengthen this progress that have been made by the administration. I have in mind to actually initiate a process where we will have a law reports for the Ghana School of Law SRC, both in the soft copies and hard copies, where students can get access to these law reports for references and other way in which it may be of importance. So this is also one of the things that I believe if you're able to implement can also help this.
Yes, the vetting committee is pleased to announce to the general school students body that all documents required the above mentioned nominees have been successfully submitted to the vetting committee. The vetting committee, through a preliminary review, has approved the documents submitted so far.
Who is this, please? Who is this? Angela Fefeti.
Please, Mr. Chairperson, can I move on?
How are you interfering, Angela? Okay. Please, CJ nominee, kindly move on. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So, apart from the law report that I talked about, the old administration also talked about some challenges which span across inadequate staffs to help with the administrative work of the judiciary. Yes, I agree with them that most of the workload is only on the registrar of the judiciary. The registrar happens to be the person, the registrar for the Supreme Court, as well as the judicial councils for all the 4 campuses that we have. He undertakes receipt of court processes. He does courtroom management. He undertakes services of court processes, scheduling of dates for hearings, and a lot of activities. And so we see that the activities of the registrar seems to be very cumbersome, and from experience, it seems to have a negative way of affecting the work of the judiciary. So there were a lot of recommendations on board by the previous administration where they proposed we have a bailiff, a court clerk. We also have an IT support staff who will also handle the IT activities of the judiciary. I think I concur with these recommendations, and my office will also, if I happen to be approved, we also try to get these recommendations implemented. And the one thing that is also at the heart of my administration, if I'm given the chance, is to also help in building the capacity of the members of the judiciary. So I intend to also, provided I'm given the nod, to engage in the several resource persons with experience and to help train members of the judiciary, at least if you have 2 or 3 seminars with them, and for them to share their experience and train us. These persons may be justices of our superior court and the other persons who are with the judiciary, to also help build the capacity of the honorable members of the judiciary. So, Mr. Chairperson, these are some of the activities I have on board. And I think together, if I'm approved and given the nod, we were able to make the judiciary of the SRC a noble one. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. Thank you for articulating your brief background and your vision for the office. Before we proceed, I'd like to point out to the general public that the vetting committee, as part of our mandate to vet nominees, there's no fault of ours that we are doing this at this time. And so we would like to put on record that the vetting committee as a body has suffered a lot of setbacks as far as the discharge of our mandate is concerned. And it was only just last week that we received clearance to proceed with the vetting. And that's why we're having the vetting today. And so members are accordingly notified of this occurrence. So thank you very much. We'll proceed now. Yeah. Right. Honorable nominee. So we're now entering the question and answer phase. You've demonstrated to all of us that you've had a lot of experience and you're very much prepared to take this office. As you're going through your CV, one of the things I noticed was that you are a serving police officer in the Criminal Investigations Department, or the CID. And you have been serving from 2009 to present. That is with over 15 years of experience. And so the Chief Justice position requires full availability for hearings, urgent applications, Src Congress sittings, and all that. How do you think that realistically you can reconcile your ongoing operational police responsibilities with the demands of the students' judicial office without compromising either role? Mind you, the pressures of the school also comes alongside this office you hold, as well as the office you are currently serving as a police officer. And so how do you intend to reconcile these roles as a Chief Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Sir, Chairperson, I would like to also bring to the notice of the House that I have the full steady leave from the Ghana Police Service. I was given steady leave throughout my LLB, and there also was at the professional law school too. I've been given full steady leave. So I am currently a full student, and I think that is enough for me to be able to work actively for the benefit of the student body. So I don't actually, for now, undertake service roles. I'm a full-time student, Mr. Chairperson.
Very honorable. So how long has the steady leave been running?
The chairperson, please, your microphone,
If I may,
you are not being heard.
as a follow-up.
Can you please take the question again? Your line was squeaking.
Hello. Can I be heard? Can I be heard now,
Yes,
please?
yes, now you can be heard.
Unmute you again. Okay. Thank you. All right. So as a follow-up to your answer, Honorable Nominee, I'd like to find out how long this leave has been running. I'd like to find out, just for the sake of to clear any doubt in my mind.
But I have 2 years steady leave for the professional program.
No, so you mentioned
So initially,
your LLB.
Mr. Chairman, your network is still breaking. I don't know if it is your location, if you can check it, or your internet source.
You entered as well. So I just want to find out the duration of for the LLB, then proceeding or progressing to the professional law course to.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairperson, I had 4 years study leave for my LLB, and when I got admission, Makola to the administration extended it to for an extra 2 years to cover the 2 years professional program at the Ghana School of Law.
Very well, very well. So moving away from that, Honorable CJ nominee. Although there's a question I received from one of the members of the SRC, and so I'd like to put it before you once I have the opportunity to present it. It's called Kukunoa. And so his question to you is that the SRC Constitution provides for the removal of the president's unstated misbehavior or inability to perform official functions. As Chief Justice appointed by the same president, how would you determine and adjudicate a petition for the president's removal while preserving judicial independence, impartiality, and due process? And so there's a question directed at you that you may answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The position of the Chief Justice is an office that is created by the Constitution of the SRC. And this same Constitution guarantees the independence of the judiciary as well as that of the members of the judiciary, including the Chief Justice. I strongly believe that once you've taken the nod as a member of the justice or the judiciary, you are distinct and separated from even your appointers. This is an office that we are going to serve independently. No matter what, every officer of the SRC was in one way or the other assisted by someone to occupy that position, either through voting or whatever. But once you acquire or occupy that particular position, you become distinct and you have to perform the work of the SRC. And so I'm going to perform my work in accordance with the Constitution without any favor. And it is expressly provided in the Constitution that members of the judiciary, whilst performing their functions, are not required to be interfered in any way, either by the President, Congress, whatever. So I think that this thing is clearly stated in the Constitution. And I believe also that the work of the SRC is just a stepping stone ahead of us to transition us into the future. And whatever we do here, our records will follow us. And as a person who is willing to serve more for my nation, Ghana, I believe strongly that whatever I discharge here as a Chief Justice may one way or the other follow me to the national line. So whatever is due to me or what is required of me is what I'm going to do. And I believe Mr. President is also aware, and he knew the position of the SRC Constitution before even assuming that particular office. So I believe, to me, it is in any way not going to interfere with my discharge of duty as a Chief Justice, if given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable nominee. So I'll yield the floor to my clerk to proceed with the questioning. So if my clerk has any questions, the clerk to the committee, Honorable Francis Atterwood. Please proceed with your questions for the nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, permit me to do a quick follow-up on one of your questions before I zoom to my substantive questions. if I'm
You may
so correct.
proceed.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
So, Mr. Nominee, you mentioned that you are on steady leave. In fact, you were on steady leave from your LLB time, which is a 4-year duration program. And you are currently also on steady leave, which is 2 years. Explain to us, because I am not familiar, or neither do I know, that any institution in Ghana grants continuous steady leave for more than 4 years. So how is your situation different? Can you throw more light on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. My situation is not different from the laws governing the police administration. These are rights and privileges that are being provided by law. And so our regulations allow that. Just that it doesn't come with it goes with the other consequence, because the steady leave that you've been given, you will be bonded for a specified period, either to serve for that particular period, or in case you are unable to serve, you pay a penalty which had been predetermined by an agreement. And so it is not that it is given on a silver platter. It goes with a lot of duties attached to it. So that is the state of it. It is within the ambit of the regulations governing the work of every police officer. Thank you.
May I remind you, nominee, that prior to the beginning of the session, you took an oath that, in fact, your testimony you are giving here is nothing but the truth. Do you say that currently you have no engagement with the Ghana Police Service on the basis of your steady leave? So you are not formally engaged, or there are some explanations you would want to give?
No, I've been released. I'm a full-time student here.
Full-time steady leave?
Yeah, full-time steady leave. The
Okay.
only thing is the requirement is that whilst you are on vacation, you assume office, and immediately you are done, or you resume your school. You leave and you continue your school.
Okay, very well. It's being recorded. So now my substantive questions, Mr. Chair. Okay, so looking at your documents that is submitted, most of which the references are coming from CAF University. In fact, the university awarded you a citation of honor for the excellent works that you did as Chief Justice at the Law Student Union. Now, can you share with us, or what significant experience can you bring to bear in your position as Chief Justice of Ghana School of Law, should you be given the nod?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the experience I acquired was acting as a Chief Justice for the CAF University Law Student Union are still with me. And to be frank, the law school had rather strengthened them. And notwithstanding that, I have also done a lot of investigative work as a police officer working with the criminal investigation department. And one of the key roles I take is mediations and resolution of cases that are allowed by law. And so with this numerous experience and working also as the Chief Justice for the Ghana CAF University College Law Students Union, and with the additional knowledge I've acquired through my professional studies with the Ghana School of Law, I think it will help me and it put me into a better shape to bring all this experience on board. Thank you.
You didn't name any experience. You are just talking about your your knowledge from Ghana School of Law, your experiences from being a Chief Justice. It is that experience I want to know. So share with us what significant experiences. So let's say how you are able to adjudicate on disputes that come before you. How you are able. I don't have to give you a clue, but if I say share significant experience, share what you gathered.
Very well, Mr. Chairperson.
Please, do you understand me, Mr. Nominee?
So you want specific as to what I did at the CAF University while serving as a Chief Justice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had an opportunity to decide on an election-related case together with my other justices, and the process began, and I started the empanelment, and we all the processes were filed by the respective parties, but along the line, the petitioner had to withdraw the case, and the case was dropped. So I think this is the significant case I handled. Apart from that, there were no other disputes that was tabled on my table.
Okay. So I was interested because if you look at number one, how you crafted your motivational statement. Number two, your character reference, and the referee that wrote the character reference. They have those two documents speak a lot to what you were able to achieve. So I was interested in actually whether there was so much activity that borders on litigation or judicial activity that happened during your tenure as Chief Justice. But from what you are saying, if even the petition that was brought was along the line withdrawn, then it means that basically what did you do as a Chief Justice that warrants so much accolade, especially in your character reference?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to also draw the attention that being a Chief Justice is not only about courtroom matters. We undertake supervisory roles as well as administrative roles. And so, as part of the administrative roles, I also ensured the smooth functioning of the judiciary as at that time. And so, members were well organized, they were all in place, and members of the judiciary there were very active and motivated all through the administrative function and of the Chief Justice. Just that, unfortunately, it was only one case that came to our table. But apart from that, there were other administrative functions that we undertook, and they all were done by me as the head of the judiciary. So,
can you share just two of those administrative functions? Just two, for the sake of time, just two.
Empowerment is part of it. Training members of the judiciary were also part of that. And I was very, very active in actually building the capacity of members of the judiciary at that time. I organized in-service training for them. And even that has been one of the great things which is even on my heart. That is why I articulated in my submission earlier that I will do all within my means, provided I've been given the nudge to engage resource persons to at least help train and build the capacity of members of the judiciary. So these are all experiences that are coming from what I did at CAF University College.
Very well. Do you have your letter of consent with you, a copy of your letter of consent? Do you have it with you?
permit
If you
me
don't
to
have it, I'll just quote something in it and then you take it from there. Okay.
very well.
Okay, so paragraph 2 of your letter of consent, it says that, in fact, particularly the second sentence, it gives a sense that you have carefully reviewed the duties and expectations required of a Chief Justice of Ghana School of Law. Now, what then are the duties and expectations required of a Chief Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As I even earlier stated, that the Chief Justice is a member of the Supreme Court. He is also the administrative head and performs supervisory role of the judiciary. Administratively, matters that relate to the office of the judiciary or the institution of the judiciary that are not related to courtroom matters are all handled by the judiciary. The Chief Justice does the empowerment of members of the justices. As part of my administrative role, I have also actually indicated to this committee that I will also ensure that the capacity of members of the judiciary are well built through the engagement of resource personnel and other staff. The Chief Justice also, as part of the functions articulated in the Constitution, appoints the registrar of the judiciary, and looking at the rules of the registrar, which I've already indicated that, and also which I've already indicated that the former administration had also stated that it's very cumbersome, and which I agree. You need an experienced person to occupy that particular position. And so, as a Chief Justice, we don't just appoint somebody to occupy that position. You have to undertake a vigorous work and ensure that you get the required persons who actually match that particular position. So these are some of the appointments. The Chief Justice also undertakes all oaths in the Constitution except that of the witness. So there are a lot of functions that are assigned to the Chief Justice, both administrative and the adjudicative function. Mr. Chairperson.
Did you say all oath? Did you really look at the schedule in the Constitution? Did you say all oath? Because chairpersons of committees take their oath before the president. And so it cannot be all oath. I just want to draw your attention.
Mr. I gave an exception that oaths of witnesses are not part of it. And I am coming from, if Mr. Chairperson will permit me, I think there is a clash between that of the schedules, the oath within the schedules of the schedule of the Constitution, and that of the main functions of the judiciary, especially the Chief Justice. So if you look at it, please permit.
Yeah, you are permitted. You can read.
Yeah, I just want to make reference. Okay. Sorry. So I think that is Article 51. So Article 51, Clause 4, Clause 3. The Chief Justice or any other justice authorized by him shall administer all oaths under the Constitution, except oaths taken by a witness in a proceeding. So this is an express provision in the Constitution. You understand? And so my authority is coming from this particular provision. Although I have taken a look at most of the oaths also at the schedules, and then you can see that some of the oaths under the schedule have been assigned to different persons. So I think, I don't know whether there is some kind of inconsistency or other, but this is the premise of my argument. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, very well. I believe that we've all done aids to interpretation, and when the time comes, you know how you resolve when there's an internal inconsistency between a section and a schedule. I'm sure you know how to resolve that. I'll proceed. It is obvious from your earlier, in fact, your introductory remarks, it is obvious that you've had a detailed interaction with the outgone CJ on their recommendations, and you copiously referenced it or reiterated them here, and then say that you align with it and you would want to pursue them. Apart from what has been recommended and handed down to you, what is your own reform or innovation that you are bringing on board to make the judiciary of the Ghana School of Law what it ought to be? Because it looks like currently it is the most dormant arm of the governance architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Apart from the recommendations that were and the challenges that were articulated or highlighted by the old administration, I also indicated to this house that I will try and within my best, if given the nod, to ensure that the capacity of members of the judiciary are well built. And this is also coming from my own initiative. I believe that with a strong capacity and strong skills, members can discharge their work effectively and efficiently. So this is one thing. And I also brought the idea of trying to get a permanent hard copy records, being a law report for all cases that have been adjudicated by the judiciary. And so I think this is also in the right direction. A student can move to the library and you get a copy of the law report there. You could even make it as
the law report. Which one? Cases, national cases, or
no
cases from the SRC Supreme Court?
Yes, cases from the SRC Supreme Court.
Just within your tenure, or you want to establish the structures for that?
Yeah. So dependent, you see, it all depends on resource and all depends on collaboration. You understand? One of the problems that was articulated by the old administration is lack of finances and resource for the judiciary, which I believe that these administrations are not going to help me with that, and that they are going to at least support the judiciary to ensure that we discharge our functions very well. And so with the needed resources and I think there's nothing that cannot be done. And once we have the support from the Congress and the executives, we can do what we can do. There's nothing that cannot be achieved. We have although a few months ahead, but we can do more. It is something that can be this administration, if we're able to implement it, it can be added to our name, and it cannot be taken away from us. So I believe that is a good cause. So that is also another thing that I also have had.
I'm wondering how that will be possible, but my 8 minutes is almost time, so I would like to wrap up with these last two questions. So paragraph 5 of your character reference says that while at CAF as CJ, you showed a high level of integrity and dedication that is seldom seen. I want to ask you a direct question. Are you a person of high integrity?
I believe that matters about personal, about matters that are persons, I believe that it must be expressed by an independent person who is observing. Because if you ask me, even if I'm an armed robber and you ask me today, are you a person of integrity? I'll tell you I'm a person of integrity because I believe in what I'm doing. You understand? And so I think that an independent person assessment will rather reflect the true position of who you are. And I'm not surprised that the whole dean of Ghana School, CAF University College, who also happens to be a former registrar of this school, Ghana School of Law, that we are enjoying. And through his hard work, we are also enjoying most of his fruits. Will take notice of some of the things I did and they give such recommendations to me. So I think it's a true reflection of what he is seeing. And I believe that, to me, if you ask me, even if I had dirty fingers or whatever, I will still tell you that I'm a person of high moral character and proving integrity just to pass through. But I think the independent assessment speaks for itself. Thank you.
For the purpose of this program that is being recorded, are you a person of high integrity?
As I have stated, to me, no matter what, I'll tell you that yes, I'm a person of high moral character and proven integrity.
Okay. So I must, and Mr. Chairman, I'm wrapping up. I must commend you. And then mostly also, I took time to read your motivational statement, and I must commend what the content of it. I have no doubts that it is a true reflection of who you are and what you can bring on board. But do you have it in front of you?
What the motivation? I can make reference to.
Do you have it in front of you?
No, but I can, if you permit me.
You can have it. Yes, please take it. And I want you to do something in it for me.
Very well. I've opened it. See.
Okay. So read the last sentence of paragraph 5 to the hearing of the entire committee and the entire student body that is listening in.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am a team player, self-motivated and capable of working under pressure to meet deadlines. I pledge to bring this attribute to bear in 7 days noble SRC and the entire student body. I will endeavor to ensure that the court is a beacon of fairness, a forum for raising dispute resolution, and a guardian of our constitutional order. Thank you.
Read that part again, the last sentence. I will
endeavor to ensure that the court is a beacon of fairness, a forum of raising dispute resolution, and the guardian of our constitutional order.
Take your time and read it. You are in a hurry. Why? Take your time and read the words one by one. I'm interested.
Very well, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
I will endeavor to ensure that the court is a beacon of fairness, a forum for raising dispute resolution, and a guardian of our constitutional order.
On that note, Mr. Chairperson, I will cede, I'll yield for the next person to proceed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Honorable Francis Atterwood. Honorable Milita, if you're on the call, the floor is yours. Please proceed with your questions. Honorable Milita.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Mr. Clement, please, I hope you are good.
The chairperson, very well, I'm doing good, by God's grace.
I will thank God. Please, the chairperson is only Miss Honorable Arise. I am a member of the committee. Do not give me his position. I'm sure you've been waiting for this day, and today is here. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Very well. I think it's a victory for SRC.
Good. So please, I have a question for you. My question is that in your CV, you said that you have basic ICT skills. Am I correct?
Very well.
Good. And we are in a time of technological world where everything is being run by AI, ICT, and you said that what you have is basic. Please tell us, this committee, that if you are confronted with anything that's improving the judicial committees, your position as in the CJ, if you are confronted with anything that has to do with electronics, that has to do with computer, with your basic knowledge and with how the world is advancing, how would you deal with it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. I believe that I actually have basic knowledge in ICT. And so what is basic is relative, as I may say. But you ask me, you put basic things to me, for me to work on with the computer, I may be able to do it. I've been using the computer for my project work, working on the Microsoft, PowerPoint, and other stuff. But apart from this knowledge that personally I acquired, I believe in structures. So as a member of the judiciary, I think it should not be built around me. I rather should have a vision of ensuring that there's a proper structure. So if we have a judiciary, I think we need to rather resource our judiciary to have an expertise rather in IT, so that the Chief Justice will not take it upon himself and be doing the work of an IT, which I think will not go well. So apart from my basic skills in IT, I also believe that there's a need for the administrations to ensure that we get a permanent structure to handle our IT as we have at the Ghana School of Law. Because most of the activities being done by the Ghana School of Law in respect of IT are not done by Professor Tuguba, they are done by the IT department. So I believe that with this vision, we can rather achieve anything that is impossible. Thank you.
Well answered. Thank you too. Now, my other question, that as an independent body, I think Honorable Chair actually asked this question, but I just want to follow up I want to know, okay, on a personal value, how close are you with the president of the SRC, Ghana School of Law?
Personally, I got to know him at the law school. I've never knew him before, and I knew him as other members of another students. So there is no specific or detailed way of knowing him apart from a normal way of having him as my mate. So if you ask me, that is how far I can tell you.
Okay, then. I'm asking this because I want to know that if you are as an independent candidate, like as an independent body, the judiciary, when you are confronted with something that has to do with the executive as well as the Congress, how candid would you be in ascertaining any kind of, I don't want to use the word dispute or discrepancies, but any kind of issue that might arise between the executive and the Congress or the students' body, how would you treat it in a candid way? How are you going to treat it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The SRC is well structured. We have laws. The Constitution is our mother law. That's the supreme law. It has its own laid down procedure for taking actions. Apart from that, we are also guided by the CI 24, which is procedural rules that also guides most of the activities we do. Congress is also required to make laws to ensure the smooth functioning of the judiciary. So it tells us that the judiciary, or as a chief justice, you don't work on your own, although I believe that there may be circumstances where you exercise a lot of discretion. But whatever discretion you exercise must be within the ambit of the law. I've already told this committee that I believe that the work ahead of us moves beyond this place only. We are just to spend like 6-7 months in this law school and move to our main work. And I also believe that whatever I will do here may follow me one day. I may not know where somebody will come and pick my records at the law school and will be used to questioning me on. So my integrity first. Whatever is required by law, that is what I'm going to do. And Mr. President is aware, very much aware, before he even assumed this position, that the laws must work. And we all believe that the rule of law must be respected. And this is one of the core values of our Constitution. Our SRC is also subject to the Constitution. So if you ask me, this is how far I can say that, believe in me, I will work within my ambit, ensure that we are going to be independent and work for the interest of the school. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Please, my next question. Assuming, but without admitting that at the end of the day, everything goes well and you are duly appointed as our Chief Justice, please, what are the 3 reforms you can put in place to ensure that our judicial service as a whole in the SRC, Ghana School of Law, would run smoothly? 3 reforms.
Thank you. I believe that whatever plan you have, it should be supported with resource. So you can have the best of plans, but without the needed support and resource, it cannot be materialized. So one thing that I think is at the heart is that most of our citizens, looking at the previous administration's recommendation, they held almost all their settings virtual. The reason so was because of lack of resource. According to them, they were not even provided with even data and other supports. So it became difficult to actually engage in person for most of the hearings. So I believe that this administration is going to support the judiciary because I believe that they know the essence of the judiciary and how crucial the judiciary is. So with the needed support from the administration, I think we may engage most of our citizens in person rather than online. And in-person adjudication, I think will also help much. We can maybe subscribe to maybe other schools that have moot houses and other stuff so that then we can have a nice hearing forum. So this is one thing that I think. Another thing that I've also decided already is about having the criminal records of all processes related to cases, as well as decided cases already. There should be a particular and a permanent and safe storage facilities for these processes for future references. We may not know who will come to the law school one day and may make reference of maybe the judgment I have made. And if we don't have proper records of this judgment, how are these people going to get it? So I believe that with a permanent law reporting documents, we will be able to make a name out of it. So this is the second thing. And the next thing is, I believe that the SRC has a lot of laws. Among them include the Constitution, which is, although not voluminous, but more technical on their own. We also have the rules of courts, which is the CR24 that guides us. We also have other election-related regulations. So you can see that there are a lot of laws that we are going to deal with. So I believe that with the required resources and the experience, we'll be able to at least be firm enough to use these laws. And taking inspiration from capacity building, I believe that if you are able to build the strength and the capacity of these members of the judiciary, engaging resource persons and experienced people to help us, I think we'll be able to discharge much. So these are some of the 3 things that I think I can bring on board and it will help us much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too. Please, my other question. If there is a constitutional provision and a student or a person or a body says he will not comply with those provisions, what will you do as a Chief Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, the Constitution regulates members of the SRC. Apart from that, we know that he also belongs to a school, and the school has their own laws and regulations. So no matter what, although technically we have been given powers to ensure that we uphold the Constitution, but we are not like the National Court, okay, where you can issue, you can even convict people for contempt and imprison them and whatever. No matter what. And so we only resort to the available options and remedies that have been provided by the Constitution. Apart from that, humanly, we cannot go beyond what's had been permitted by law. So for instance, you have a student whom there is a case brought against and he's a member of the SRC and you invite him to appear and he doesn't appear. You go through the normal process as required by law. But at the end of the day, if you give orders and it's not respected, what can you do? This is the basic remedy that has been provided by law. So I cannot guarantee that I will do extra apart from what the law had provided. I will only work within the law. Thank you.
Okay. Please, I have like 3 follow-up questions. Okay. So my other question is that have you gone through the SRC Constitution where it gives the mandates of the Chief Justice? Have you gone through it?
Very well. I think I chanced on it, and it's also not a problem. I have the constitution by me, so we can all discuss and judge.
Good. And then the 1990 Constitution of Ghana, where it also gives the functions of the Chief Justice. That one, have you gone through it?
We resorted to doing our constitutional law and the entrance exams and other stuff. But you know that currently what we have on our table is actually how to get out of this law school. So, fine, I cannot say with certainty that I have everything within my domain here. What the basic ones that I can make reference to, I can. Thank you.
Of course. A good lawyer is the one who knows where to find the law, no, the one who has all the law in mind. So, do you have those provisions with you at the moment? Do you have them?
That's the national constitution?
Yes, and then the Src Constitution as well of Ghana's law.
So
I want you to look at 55 of the Src Constitution.
I have the Src Constitution before me.
Please look at Article 55.
Very well.
Can you read to my hearing, please?
Laws of Ghana. In exercise of its function under the Constitution, the judiciary shall be guided by the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, the laws of Ghana, and the statute establishing the school.
Thank you very much. So that was what I wanted to ask you something from. Now, my previous question, where I asked that if a person decides that they are not going to go with the constitutional mandates of the SRC, and you said, oh, you would deal with them in the mandates of the law, and that you're not going outside the law to deal with them. You recall what she just said?
Very well. Very well.
She just read, we've realized that whatever we are doing is subservient to the 1992 Constitution, right?
Very well.
So the my question is, if the person is not going according to the Constitution of SRC, in the name that whatever they are doing may contravene with the 1992 Constitution, but then as a Chief Justice, you realize that no, what they are saying is actually not true. But you are saying that you are not going to find any remedy outside what has been proclaimed by the SRC Constitution. My question is, don't you think that you could give them a remedy if that remedy is in the 1992 Constitution, but it's not in the SRC Constitution?
Mr. Chairperson, thank you for this question. So this provision that is provided under Article 55, it is embedded in our Constitution. So if I tell you that I'm going to work within the Constitution, it means that all ancillary provisions or incidental provisions that had also been provided by the Constitution as being materials that we should work with. We are going to work with. And so clearly, Article 55 specifically had provided that we should work in a manner that is, we should be guided by the national constitution as well as the other laws. And I think Article 48 of the Constitution also provides the same guidance. Permit me to read Article 48, also of the SRC Constitution. The judicial power of the SRC resides in the members of the SRC and shall be exercised by the judiciary in accordance with the provision of this Constitution, and accordingly, neither the President nor Congress nor any office under the SRC shall be given final judicial power. Respectfully, I think, let me. So, actually, what I want to say is that we have been given some kind of laxity to also take inspiration from the national constitution. But mind you, we cannot adopt it wholeheartedly. You understand? For instance, the powers that have been given to the High Court includes power to even punish for contempt. You understand? Contempt is also an offense that can be subject to imprisonment terms. Now, SRC, if you are drawing inspiration from Article 55, and you are saying that the national constitution gives the High Court or Superior Court of Justice power to commit for contempt and as a result in prison. So if somebody commits a breach of the SRC Constitution, can you say that you are going to extend or use that particular power to imprison the person? So this is where I'm coming from. Where it is possible and practically allowable for us to work and draw inspirations from other sectors of law, we can do it, provided it will be operational and be very effective. Other than that, you will have to work within your ambit. So other guidance could be sorted from the national constitutions and other laws. For instance, Article 296, which provide guidance on the use of discretionary power. You will see that our SRC constitution doesn't have express provision on the use of discretionary powers. So if the judiciary, you are challenged with a situation where you are to exercise judicial power, you can resort on that because practically it will work in that circumstance. But there are some instances where national constitution's provision cannot work. And so where they cannot work, you cannot force yourself. But where they can work, you have to draw inspiration from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yamwa. So I have one last question. It's like my 8 minutes is almost up. Would you agree with a student who says management can override decisions taken by an organ of the SRC backed by the Constitution, the constitutional provisions?
Very well. The SRC constitution is subject to the laws of Ghana, the laws of the school, and so I don't think that even though collectively as members coming together, we have agreed that this is going to regulate our affairs. But mind you, we were appointed and admitted by the school. So if the school had a superior law or other law that are inconsistent with provisions of our SRC, this one will go to it. And so, believe me, I believe that no matter what, this constitution of the SRC is below the laws of the school and that of Ghana, for instance.
Sorry. Please go ahead. Sorry. Please go ahead.
So
you are done.
It will be relative. If management tries to draw their maybe tentacle, let me use this, into the activities or internal activities of the SRC, and we believe that that is what is not provided by our constitution, then maybe we can resort to our constitution. But mind you, where will it even land? You understand? But notwithstanding this, I believe that the school had allowed the students' body to come together and also allowed ourselves to be guided by the constitution. So I don't think that the school will do anything in any way to negatively affect the operational of the students' constitution. So let's see. Thank you.
I like the last bit, but I just want to have clearance on that. So assuming there are no laws, no superior laws, what would your answer be? Would you think that management should go ahead and interfere in matters where the constitution has already given out those matters to be interfered by a particular body? Assuming there are no rules like that, there are no superior laws like that, would you say that management has right to do everything that has to do with the student affairs, even though you might have the executive council, you might have the Congress, you might have the judiciary?
So I will not say yes or no. It depends. You understand? It depends because we have a particular provision in our SRC constitution. We say that the judiciary should not in any way be interfered in their activities, including the president, Congress, persons acting on behalf of these people, and also including people outside the SRC, which by stretch of words, you can say that management are also part of it. But as I've also stated, there's also provision that says that when administering the judicial functions of the judiciary, you are also subject to the laws and the regulations of the school. And so it depends. If it is purely about student matters, then the schools know that that one is within the ambit of the SRC. But there may be an instance where we may see it that way, but it may move beyond that. So I think it depends on the situation. I cannot say.
Mr. Yama, If I'm to get you correctly, you seem to say that when it has to do with the judiciary, then no. But when it has to do with the other bodies, then it depends. They can come in or they cannot come in. But with the judiciary, they shouldn't come in at all because it's an independent body. I just want to be clear. It was that your answer, the conclusion to that.
No, please,
I
that
was,
wasn't my answer.
that wasn't the conclusion you drew.
No, that wasn't my. I told you that it depends on the circumstances of the case. You understand? I was just telling you that we have express provision in our constitution that says that the judiciary must be independent. However, there is also another provision that says that we are also subject to the laws of the school. So you see, so there may be a situation where practically it may defy even common sense for management to even interfere with the activities of the SRC. You understand? Because, for instance, internal election matters and who occupy this, I think these things are matters that can be resolved by the students' laws or whatever, the SRC laws and stuff. But there may be a situation where management may come in. What do you have to do? And it may make sense in that particular instance. No matter what, it is a whole institution on their own. They have been set up by an Act of Parliament at 32, together with its related regulations. And we are just drawing inspiration from them. So no matter what, within our student affairs, our SRC is supreme, but we have limitations, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, please, I'm done with Mr. Yamwa.
Well, Honorable Emily, thank you so much. You kept saying that your 8 is almost out, but as a matter of fact, you had quite exceeded the 8 minutes. Anyway, thank you. As Honorable Aaron, I say the entry. If you are here, I'll yield the floor to you to proceed with your questions to the nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable CJ nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother. Very good.
Very well. So for my session, I would demand that you look into the camera because the fidgeting sometimes beats me to get probably the sincerity of the answer, but not to doubt that you are not sincere. But I wish you just focus and give me a very good gaze at the camera for the purposes of my session. Mr. Clement, you're a police officer, right?
Very well.
Very well. Okay. So you agree with me that the Police Service Regulation 2012, that the CI 76 regulates you?
Very well.
Very well. So which year did you commence your LLB? Which year did you start?
If my memory will serve me right, it's supposed to be
the LLB that you had first class, if your memory serves you right.
Yeah, hey. I don't have the information at hand. I don't have my admission letter here. So that is why I have.
You just have tried 5 years from or 6 years from now, you get the exact date, right?
That may be simple for you, Mr. Chairman. So
I want the year. I don't want the date, which I said the year.
The year?
Yes, please.
I have not made any reference, but I think that if my memory serves me right, I think it's supposed to be 2020. Yeah.
2020. Very well. Which rank were you holding in the police service prior to entering into the LLB in 2020?
I don't know. If I'm unable to give you much detail, it may also be border on security information and other work related. So
your rank is not security.
So I will answer, but if it borders much on my work, and I think that is.
I get it. I'll not enter into, but which rank? I want to know rank.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. And currently, which rank do you hold?
I'm sergeant.
You are still a sergeant?
Yes.
Okay. But with the leave of Mr. Chairman, can you supply us with your steady leave letter, the committee?
I think that one is more confidential. I don't know.
Your steady leave letter?
No.
You didn't submit him to the...
No, I didn't submit him. And I also not submit it because it's purely confidential. It's work related. We are doing work for
Relax.
SRC.
Don't pick it up. I'm asking you a question.
I
When
will
you
never
were
submit.
entering into the law school, it was clear that either you get a steady leave letter or you are not working. That is the understanding ground. So if you have a steady leave letter, meaning you submitted it to the school, right?
Very well.
Or you didn't submit any steady leave letter to the
I
school.
submitted it.
So you can provide same to the committee.
Okay, so I don't know. Maybe we can talk behind us. I have it here, so I don't have any problem. But I'm looking at the
I'm working for
implications.
the school. I'm not saying that give it to the entire student populace. It's the committee that is demanding for same. Because I'm looking currently at your CI 76, and it is why I'm asking for same. I'm not doubting that you will not be granted that steady leave for 6 years. I'm not doubting at all. The law permits that, but the law provides the grounds for same. So I just want to know whether you comply
Okay, so
with it.
I can show you the letter, but you will not get a copy.
That is fine. The committee would want to see.
Very well.
Not now. So after that, because I would actually score you on your sincerity when I see the letter. If not, I
Very
would
well.
have difficulty in believing in you. But
Very
once
well.
again, I don't doubt your capabilities at all. I've looked through the document you submitted to the committee, and I must say that it is quite impressive. First class law school, Charlie. CJ nominee, you are a top guy. But are you familiar with Article 2 of the Constitution 1992?
No.
If you have the Constitution, you can just open Article 2:1 tells us that any person can bring an action before the Supreme Court whenever Parliament is acting in excess of its powers, and also when any person is acting in contrary to the Constitution. Are you familiar with that provision? You are familiar with that provision?
Very well, very well.
You agree that when you read the entirety of Article 2, it tells you that when the Supreme Court makes or gives a ruling or a judgment, and if one disagrees or disobeys the said ruling, even if you're a president, it's in fact, if you disagrees or disobey, it is a high crime. And in the case of the president and the what do we call it, the vice president, it constitutes a grounds for removal. You agree with me that Article 2 for capture C?
Very well.
Good. CJ, I beg, I want you to look at me because I cannot see beyond you. So I might think that you are even looking at someone.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson.
Very well, very well. So, CJ, would you allow your office to be brought down would you allow your office to be disrespected?
No. No.
In any way or form, right?
I cannot say it with certainty because even if it is disrespected, you have to resort to the laws of the SRC. You understand? And it is only the remedy provided in there. That is all you can resort to. And so if you exercise that remedy and still is being abused and it's not deterrent enough, what can you do? That is what we are working with.
I am sure that the Constitution has provided shocks for it. So if I disrespect your office, meaning the necessary remedies would be activated, right?
Very well.
CJ nominee, would you uphold to the higher standards of the Constitution that if it says A, you will comply with A?
Very well.
I like the very well because the question that is coming would now test that. CJ nominee, who is an acting CJ? In the borders of our SRC Constitution, who is an acting CJ?
So if you literally read the provisions of the Constitution, you will not find an express word in there that we have an acting CJ. But we also know that the Constitution is just a supreme law, and there are plethora of cases that requires us not to interpret the Constitution by literal means. You understand? It must be interpreted in a manner that's supposed to reflect the core values of the people. It embodies their spirit. You must interpret it as a living organism so that every situation that we may find ourselves as a society, the Constitution should be able to grow and cater for that particular situation. So interpretation of Constitution is different from an act of Parliament, as we all know. So if you are going by the letters of the Constitution, you will say that there is no express provision. But we all know that with a lot of decided cases where you will not see even express letters, you may see that the Supreme Court may try to supply them. So going by the letters and the text of the Constitution, you might not find anywhere called acting CJ. You understand? There may be behind another form of interpretation. There may be justification for that. But
CJ nominee, I want you to be very precise with your answer for me. The Constitution provides nowhere in it an acting CJ, but your answer is making a suggestion, or it's suggestive enough, that if you interpret the Constitution, probably if you are using the golden triangle, you are able to get an acting CJ. And you mentioned that decided cases may help you to even reach there. Are you able to demonstrate same as to how decided cases and looking at the entirety of the Constitution, where we can arrive at that our SRC Constitution would make a provision for acting CJ?
Very well. If you look at the case of maybe Ejechu versus the Attorney General, right? Which borders on Article 146, that is Clause 3 and Clause 6. You find out that in that particular instance, in that particular case, Article 1463 had provided, I don't know whether I'm correct, but I think that that is the position, that when it comes to the removal of other justices of the Supreme Court, they require a prima facie case, you understand? Yes. But when it comes to that of the Chief Justice, there was no express provision that stated so, you understand? And in that particular instance, this was a matter that was brought to the Supreme Court, and the question was, literally, you don't find a prima facie case being mentioned in there. So the question is, should the provision under 1463 be applicable to 1466? If you go by the literal meaning, you say
you will not get it.
Yes, but the Supreme Court held that, yes, we have to adopt the purposive approach so that we will give effect and life to what the purpose of that particular provision. It will defy common sense. For ordinary...
CJ, wait, you've not read the entirety of Frank Ejechu. You've not read it.
Why will you say that?
I'm saying that because of the reasoning you are giving to the court. That was not the reasoning of the court.
What was the reasoning of the court, please? If you will tell me.
Okay. So in Frank Ejechu, that a bad JSC as he then was, made it clear. In fact, he did the distinction of 1463 and 146, I think 5 or 6, which you've rightly stated. But the court held that even if you look at the draft committee's report, you find that the said provision was there that should have been included. And as such, if they are giving that purposive interpretation, they must even include what was omitted, if you look at the entirety of it. But you see, let's even drift away. You are holding yourself as an acting CJ of the SRC. True or false?
True. But if you had allowed me, you see, the way you interjected, it had made my submission.
Sorry. So you have the time.
You understand? You asked me if I would.
I apologize.
Yes.
You have
and so Frank Ejechu was one of the cases. Let's also move to the case of France for France, number 3 versus EC, which borders on Article 296. The question there was, if you literally read Article 296, it says that apart from the judiciary, anybody that wants to exercise discretionary power is required to what? To publish by a constitutional instrument. How is going to what? Exercise discretionary power. Literal reading of that particular provision indicate that EC, if you want to exercise discretionary power, you are also required to publish what? By a constitutional instrument. You understand? In order to articulate how you are going to what? Exercise that particular discretionary power. So the plaintiff was of the view that the EC had made constitutional instrument as to how he is going to exercise discretionary power with regards to election-related matters, and had not published constitutional instrument as to how he's going to exercise this particular discretionary power. So his argument was that the EC was at fault and therefore the constitutional instrument should be declared null and void. But the court was of the view that literal reading of the constitution may lead to absurdity and may not give life and purpose to the purpose and object of the constitution. The court purposely interpreted the constitution and came to a conclusion that although literally you will see that it is only the judiciary that is exempt from the publication of prior constitutional instruments. However, by the positive interpretation, it is extended to include even the executives. The only body that is excluded is what? Bodies performing quasi-judicial functions.
CJ Nominee, the point is well made. I think you must demonstrate.
Yes, so you ask me of authorities, and I want to let the committee know that when it comes to constitutional matters, I am also in support of the fact that it is only when the literal meaning will give effect to the purpose and the object of the constitution, that is where we have to resort to literal interpretation of the constitution. Other than that, we should interpret it out as a living organism to be able to cater for all circumstances that we may face as SRC. So if you are SRC and we have a vacuum and there is the need for the supply of certain essential office, I don't think that it will be out of order.
So CJ Nominee, I think let me be,
that particular office is there.
Let me be clear to with a question and you respond to see. Do you believe that upon the literal reading of our constitution, probably which it does not provide for an acting CJ, do you, in your kindest of belief or sincerest of belief, that if we look at the purposive intent or the purposive interpretation approach of the constitution, we can have an acting CJ? Is that what you are saying?
Very well. I believe so. I believe so because I also believe that the SRC and the drafters of this constitution in any way did not anticipate that there will be a vacuum for the judiciary to be non-existent for a period of more than 7 months or 4 months. Where would the student bodies resort to when they have problem with the other functioning of the SRC? Mind you, the organs we have in the SRC are the judiciary, the executives, and the legislature, which is Congress, and no one is above each other. You understand? So on what grounds would the executive function? On what grounds would the judiciary, the Congress function? But you tell us that the office of the judiciary should not be there. So me, I don't subscribe to whatever went on, but I believe that if we purposely interpret the constitution, it will not be out of order to have that particular office in place.
CJ Nominee, do you have your constitution?
The SRC constitution?
Yes.
It's before me.
So can you reopen to Article 51?
Very well.
Are you able to read Article 51, Clause 4 to me, to the hearing of everyone?
The Chief Justice shall still perform his function under this constitution even after his tenure has come to an end, until a new Chief Justice is sworn in.
So, you know, this closed the ranks of an acting CJ. Do you agree with me? How does it open it up?
There is also a case, which is Michael, which was decided by Supreme Court, which is the Supreme Court of the SRC. I think, I don't know, I may not state the citation very well, but it's
if you are not getting the citation, then stop, because you cannot refer me to an abstract case.
Then give me like 1 minute and let me make reference, okay? I'll just give you that.
Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that article?
I just want to draw the House attention to the fact that this particular provision had been expressly been interpreted by that particular.
To mean what? Let me know. To mean what?
To say that, yes, the terms of the judiciary comes to an end when the outgoing administration hands over. It is only the Chief Justice whose role is saved. But that particular rule, that particular Supreme Court decision is only in respect of administrative matters limited to swearing in of the new Chief Justice to come. You understand? So that particular decision clearly stipulates that, yes, The Constitution has reserved that particular provision for you, but it is only for you to swear the new administration in. It doesn't mean that.
So that case provides that. So indeed, we will have a chief justice who is limited to only administrative functions. So we should allow an acting chief justice in our SRC. That is what you are saying.
The provision, the case that did not actually say that he's left with the entire administrative function. It is only swearing in. So he will be there and be waiting for the new chief justice to come and be sworn in. That is the only thing left for him per that particular decision. And if my Mr. Chairman permit me, I can also finish this house with that particular decision.
Oh, that is fine. The decision you've made, as we've gotten the crust of it, that Article 54(1) is only operative and limited to only administrative functions. So if you get the opportunity as CJ and you are making an interpretation, I think you even further on that principle to allow an acting CJ in case of what happened this year happens again.
Very well. I don't have any problem because, you see, the sovereignty of the people or power resides in the sovereignty of the people. You understand? And there is no way where members of the SRC should be denied an opportunity to articulate their frustration. They can't go to Congress. They can't go to the executives when they are dissatisfied.
They can't go to those who represent them. Is that what you mean? My constituents can't come to me to speak to me that they have these frustrations. You think the court is the only place?
The court is the only place. You don't have power to interpret the Constitution. That's the Congress. You don't have power to enforce the Constitution. That is Congress. You understand? It is the judiciary that has been assigned that role. It is one body. You see, we have to understand that the Constitution is the mother document that gave life and power towards the Congress. And it is this same Constitution that gave life and power to the executives. And it is this same Constitution that has given life and powers to what? To the judiciary. You understand? And it has defined each other's role. You understand? And so you
it did not say that somebody who has not gotten the nod should be thinking for the Constitution that he or she can be an acting CJ.
That is why I am saying, that is why I'm telling you that I'm not coming with conjectured interpretation or words. I'm coming under one principle of interpreting the Constitution.
I'm not disputing that, but that principle can be firmed when there is an exact authority. And as we speak now, you have no authority to rely on which expressly says that we should allow an acting CJ. Let me ask you this question in all sincerity. How were you feeling when you were appointed an acting CJ and moving around and has not been vetted and approved by the people's representative, that is Congress? How were you feeling?
I thought that we need to ensure the supremacy of the Constitution.
The supremacy of the Constitution is that you can hold yourself as an acting CJ.
Yes, I believe that we need to uphold to the supremacy of the Constitution. The Constitution is the one that gave life to to Congress. All the powers that Congress draw, they are drawing it from the Constitution. The powers being drawn by the executives, they are being drawn from the Constitution. You understand? And so there is no way. You see, it is if you are even going by the literal interpretation of the Constitution, you could see that the Constitution had given timeline for the appointment of the office of the Chief Justice. That is within what? Within 7 days. Within 14 days upon assumption of office. So do you think that there was no reason why these provisions was even provided in there?
So I'm only passing this comment and I'll move to my next question and probably I'll bring it to an end. Say, laws are not made for the convenience of man. Even when it is inconvenient for you, we apply laws. I am being critical on this because there will be a setting tomorrow and we have a number of students who are watching us, and that there shouldn't be anywhere in our lives that where there is no express authority or law, we shall hold ourselves to certain offices. Imagine that you preside over the Supreme Court and you make a ruling and Congress takes a decision that we are not going to recognize the decision. I'm sure it will not augur well for you.
Please, I can't hear you. I don't know. I can't hear you.
Hello, please, can I be heard? Hello?
Yes, you can be heard.
Yes. I'm
Yes,
saying
you can be heard.
We can hear you, Honorable. We can hear you.
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Please,
It's
CJ Nominee,
probably
are you
the
able to
nominee who
hear
is
me?
not hearing.
CJ Nominee, are you able to hear me?
I think
CJ
he went
Nominee.
offline and came back, but kindly hold on. Let's see.
Okay.
He's gone offline.
So, Secretary, I'm waiting. I have only 2 questions left: the advice and a question.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I had some interruption and disruptions. Please forgive me.
I think CJ Nominee, when you are finally passed, I think we need to find a budget to bring you to East Cantonment so that you enjoy some good data. That is just on the lighter side. But CJ Nominee,
I'm in Accra too.
Accra is not Cantonment. I'm talking of Cantonment. Very well. So CJ Nominee,
Very well.
when the court made a decision in Sala versus the Attorney General, where the Attorney General lost in that decision, Prime Minister Buzia organized a press conference and bastardized the court. Because of that, today, the 79 Constitution and the 1992 Constitution has captured under Article 2, Clause 4, that a decision of the Supreme Court shouldn't be disregarded. And if you do so, it constitutes high crime. In the case of the president or vice president, would amount to a grounds for removal from office. I'm only telling you this. It's just a piece of advice for all of us. We should not bend laws to our favor because we think that at that material moment, there is some convenience to us. If it is inconvenient, we should accept same. I am sure you know what caused the delay of 14 days of you being appointed and sitting in. That delay is regrettable. We shouldn't go back to history. I'm sure if somebody is to even invoke this process and brings a lot of issues around it, you may not even be enjoying your office. But you see, we should not be constituting ourselves into offices we have not been legitimately allowed when there is no authority to say. My last question is that I've looked at your CV and I believe that it is quite an impressive one. However, at your referee session, you leave the name and the email. How do we reach your referees? Because I tried to reach them. I've sent a mail since yesterday. I've not gotten a response from them. And so please, this is just an advice. The next time you put their contacts so that we can reach them because they are all in Ghana. Thank you very much. But Chairman, my last statement on this is that if I don't get to see your steady leave letter, trust me, I'm not scoring you.
Very well. You have no problem, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable. Rightly so. The committee would request that you furnish the committee with a copy of the study leave so that the committee can make an informed decision on that. And so if you are so minded, kindly do the same right after the close of this vetting session. Thank you very much. Honorable Percy Dankwa. Honorable Percy of the UPSA caucus leader for UPSA, kindly mount the floor and take your turn in asking the CJ nominee your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope I can be heard clearly.
Yes, please, you can be heard. Kindly proceed.
Mr. Nominee, how are you doing?
The chairperson, I'm very good, by God's grace. Highly favored.
That is good. I have a few questions for you, upon which a couple of my colleagues have also addressed. However, I still need a bit of clarification in respect of some of them. So it may come as a duplicate question. However, I'll need you to address them rightfully. So, first, your CV shows that you have served as a Chief Justice for the CAF University. You've had you were awarded a very nice citation. Most of the time, these are seen as formalities. I would like to know, what impact did you make on the student body while holding this office? That if I am to step foot in CAF University today and mention your name, I want to know the kind of things I would hear.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So, with my role as a Chief Justice of the CAF University College, as I already indicated, that we were not actually given much cases. There was only one case that came about, and during the process, it was withdrawn. But apart from that, I also perform administrative functions that I've already articulated to this committee. And I think that the judiciary, apart from the judicial roles that they perform, it's not like the other executives or the other organs of government where they are seen with the day and day-to-day activities with respect to governance and other stuff. The judiciary is just there, and when cases comes upon them or comes to them, then they sit on the matter and just adjudicate and decide in accordance with law. And so if you have a judiciary where there are no cases coming, at the end of the day, you leave office as an empty judiciary where you've not worked or you've not touched on any matter. But luckily, if you are a Chief Justice, despite the fact that you may not have handled the case, you may still perform administrative function. And so with respect to the administrative function, I actually did my best and ensure that at least the structures are there. But maybe the fact is that when it comes to adjudicative rule, because we were not finished with much cases, we couldn't give much. So I think when you move in there, you will have on record that yes, this man was the Chief Justice for this particular year, and matters relating to administration, that one you get a lot of information.
So what are some of these, kind of matters that are like so influential that somebody would like to speak upon them?
So I told this honorable committee that when it comes to capacity building, it was at the core of my heart, and I ensured that the members that I was working with were well tuned, including myself. I did a lot of in-service training for my people, and I think that one, you cannot take it away from it. And when matters came to the fact that we need to also empanel other members to sit on the case that I've talked about, as part of that administrative function, I also did. But to be frank, the challenge that we are having within this SRC, especially the one that had been articulated by the outgoing administration in terms of finances and resources, it seems to cut across everywhere. And we also experience quite a number of challenges in there. So administratively, if we had the resources, we could have done a lot. But still, we have to work with the ones available.
Very well.
ask me, this is what I would say.
Very well. So my next question is also in respect of your study leave. I understand that, yes, this is a public forum and then you cannot just, display such a document. You mentioned that you have it with you. Now, my question is, as an aspirant to be a Chief Justice of the SRC, you are aware of procedures. I mean, presumably you have made it past part 1, where we all had the opportunity to be blessed with the knowledge of procedures. Now, my question is, why? Why did you not furnish the vetting committee with that document?
Very well, Mr. Chairperson. Apart from the fact that I believe that it's borders on the private life and personal activities, and it's also on matters of security with respect to my background, it was not expressly requested for. As had been stated right now, that once this committee had demanded it, I can make them have a look at it. But just to furnish them with copies, I believe that it goes against my administration and the rules governing it, because it was personally given to me for a specific purpose. And I cannot use it outside that particular purpose. So maybe for sincerity's sake and to prove that indeed I'm not lying to this administration, I can give an opportunity to honorable members who might believe that they will also uphold that level of confidentiality when they are exposed to this particular documents, to also have a look at it. And I think that I will all be fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. My follow-up question is that you also mentioned a whole lot about you being currently enrolled in multiple professional institutions pursuing different educational programs. My question is, how do you intend to combine that with you holding this high esteemed office?
Very well. I have been a man of serious resistance, and I'm very resilient to situations, and that is what has actually defined me. If you move to where I have my workplace now, and you make an inquiry, you see that that is my hallmark. You understand? And so this is not a challenge. I knew the functions ahead of me before I still enrolled on this program. So I believe that it will not in any way interfere with my activity and my function as the Chief Justice, since I have a full-time being released by my administration to school. Mind you, when I was at the LLB at my final year, I chose to enroll with the ICA, and I combined the law with the ICA. In fact, I was even not going for any serious classes. I just pick their materials and do my readings. But at the end of the day, I was even adjudged as the best student for level 1, as well as the best business law. So it's part of the academic exercise. And once I'm put into this challenge, I will try and then give my all. Thank you.
So, Mr. Yamwa, are you also telling this house that it is not a bad thing to be skipping classes, even though you can read on your own? Is that what you are telling this house?
Not that. If you look at the structure of the ICA examination program, you register, you can just get the materials, and you have to get tuition from outside. You understand? This is not same as law school, but I was just giving a reference and giving an emphasis for the committee to have an idea of who I am and what I can do. And so if you heard me or overheard me making references to that particular situation, I was just drawing the attention of the committee to the fact that I can do everything when it comes to academics. That is what I enjoy doing. And if you come to my campus now, you see that I haven't even skipped the class before. You understand? Because I believe in you were also my mate at the UPSA, and you know who I am. I don't skip class, but still I try to give my best. And so that is what I want the committee to know. Thank you.
All right. So are you willing to forfeit a class to perform your SRC duties if approved by this house?
I also believe that this SRC is also, in a way, looking for the interest of the school and students. And as executives, there is no way this administration will try to bring up or draw up programs that will indirectly make students fail their exams. You understand? Because at the end of the day, those who have even been chairpersons and president of the SRC, at the end of the day, they pray that they will transition into and move to the bar. And so if the circumstance demand, for the love of the SRC, I think I have to give my all, because this thing, mind you, nobody put a gun on my neck to come and avail myself for this particular position. But I believe with the prestige attached to it, and believe in the principle that I have to also deliver my way to also for the school and for the betterment of the school. That is why. So when it comes, I think I will do my best and ensure that I discharge my duties as required by law and by the SRC. Thank you.
Okay. So when the Honorable Clerk was speaking, Mr. Francis Atawood was speaking, he referred you to the schedule concerning the oath, upon which you seemingly admitted that there seems to be a conflict. So my question is, if a matter is brought before you concerning such conflict, which has not been entirely resolved, how do you intend to resolve such a situation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I believe that the judiciary doesn't consist only of the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is only one person, and we work with a team. And this team of justices are also allowed to exercise their independent opinion. Before a judge will give a judgment, I believe that he does not give judgment on his own accord. He is assisted by counsels for both parties. They do a lot of research and bring the law to the judge. The judge also usually also undertakes personal research on his own in order to ensure that he gives a detailed and sound judgment. So I believe that if this case had come to me as a justice, I am not going to do it on my own, because, mind you, I am only one person who may only carry one vote. And the other justices will also, their decisions will also matter. But all what I want to say is that before arriving at any decision, we will be assisted by parties who will come to us with cases, especially lawyers, and they will do a lot of research. And we will also do a lot of research. And at the end of the day, we will try to ensure justice prevails. Thank you.
So I presume you are, how do I call it? I presume you were, as a Chief Justice, you've been nominated, as the law permits, you've been nominated by the President. Now, my question is maintaining the independence of the arm. If, for instance, like one of my colleagues asked, if the President is brought before you, what are you to do? What are you going to do concerning disciplinary matters, or concerning even maybe his removal? What would you do in such a situation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I believe that the President believes in rule of law, and the Chief Justice too, I also believe in rule of law. As a Chief Justice, my position is not absolute. I'm also subject to checks. One of the grounds in which you can remove the Chief Justice is what? Incompetence, inability as a result of incompetence. And so if I allow favoritism and familiarism to undermine my judgment, it is a ground for my removal. Mind you, I will not want in any way to have a dense record in Ghana Law School, because I may not know what the future holds for me. So to me, The president appointed me, but he believes in the rule of law and he understands that it is the constitution that must work as well as the laws of the SRC. So if he is brought before me, I will discharge my duty in a manner not to what, in a manner to avoid being later on impeached on grounds of incompetence. You understand? Apart from that too, I also believe that my records here will follow me one day somewhere. So I will do and work within my ambit and the best of my ability to work. Thank you.
Okay, I am still on my questions are still on the grounds of independence. You know, we have a hierarchy. So for instance, let's say you have a case before you. Now the authorities of the school upon which you are serving is interested in that matter. And then they are actually playing in instructing you on what to decide upon and what to do. As a Chief Justice of the SRC, what would you do?
Thank you, Mr.
Are you going to ignore? What are you going to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I believe that for the school, the grounds upon which you can pass through the school is to show some kind of merits. And this merit is shown through your ability to pass exams that had been set by the school. And so if this is the only criteria or the only way in which a student or as an SRC member, you can just get yourself out and be called to the bar, then you always have to ensure that you discharge some kind of merit in the discharge of your activity. I said this because in my service as a Chief Justice, I will want to see the kind of motivation that will push me to work in favor of somebody. Maybe the only ground will be that I'm going to be given some kind of advantage in terms of passing my exams, which I believe that it would never work in any way because the school believes in hard work. And so if the school cannot guarantee that they are going to give me some advantage to pass my exams and they will expect me to work and ensure that I merit whatever thing I do before they will allow me to cross and move to the bar, then there will be no way I think that I will be pressured in any way to maybe decide matters in favor of somebody. I've also told this committee that I believe that whatever I do here is going to follow me. So this is the kind of question, this is what I will say. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ayamwa, are you telling me that you are willing to accept what the school wants you to do if they give you an assurance? Isn't that a form of, corruption or bribery?
I just said it by way of passing and to tell you and to show you how difficult it will be for me to renege on my principles. You understand? Which you know that there will be no way where the school will compromise that. But at the end of the day, the school is even independent from the body that even set the exams and even mark. That is the IEC. So can the school, because of me, go to the IEC that we have promised this guy, so at least lose up or come down for him in respect? No, there is no way. It's an independent body altogether. So I'm telling you how impossible this thing can come. That is why I made reference to that. But if it is not solid enough to convince you and you still have doubt on what I'm capable of doing, I just want to be emphatic and tell you point blank that I respect my integrity. I believe that what I do here will follow me one day. I don't know where I'll find myself, and I'm hoping to also move to higher levels in life. So I will in no way, within this 3-4 months, let's compromise myself and dent my image. No, I have my own records. That is what I stand for. I will no way do that. Thank you.
So now you have arrived at the conclusion that you would not listen to what the authorities have before you. That is your conclusion now.
Very well. When it comes to matters relating to judiciary, and especially it will affect the independence of the judiciary, including myself, no. I stand for the rule of law.
Now you stand for the rule of law. Okay. So now my follow-up question is, what reforms would you introduce to improve the effectiveness of the judicial committee and then the whole judicial body as a whole? Apart from, I've heard you speak of your law report and whatnot, but I would want to know, what else do you have in mind?
Very well. Apart from the law report, I also talked about capacity building. I also talk about tooling the judiciary because, we also have to work with tools, basic logistics like computers. We have to get a well-structured judiciary. You understand? The structures must be there. Offices must be there already where people will be required to occupy in order to ensure the functioning of the judiciary. And I don't think that we should build it around one person because I may be the best for this particular job, but if the structures are not in place, mind you, if I'm no more, how is the whole thing going to work? So I believe rather in structures than to work around one person. So some of the structures I think that we can put in place includes one, making sure we get permanent office support staff to ensure that the working of the judiciary is very well coherent. Apart from that, I think one thing that we can also think about it is the in-person meeting of the judiciary. You understand? It's a way. We are all mimicking the judicial system that we have in our country. And I think that it is hardly for you to observe that hearings are conducted online and other stuff. How do you even observe the demeanor of witnesses and other stuff? And so I believe that the administration, especially Congress, must provide the needed support for the judiciary for us to discharge our work well. And with that particular support, we are going to work well and work with my team. Thank you.
I quite remember that before this whole vetting sitting was organized, I remember you were appointed as an acting CJ. How did you, correlate with such an appointment? Were you performing your duties as an acting CJ?
So, yes, in a way, I was. And I think that the notice also from Congress, the high office I respect much, also affected the office in some way. But apart from that, there is on record that I personally engaged the other nominees and the other acting justices who were appointed in a number of training exercises. We started by going through the Constitution, moving from Article 1 to the end, also trying to train ourselves with the rules of court, that is the CI 24. So my people may attest to that particular fact that we did a vigorous training and I was the one leading it. All is just to ensure that my people get the required skills in order to discharge and give their best to the administration. And so
you are telling me that you had a whole judicial committee as part of you serving as an acting CJ?
I'm not saying that there was a committee, but I'm just telling you that the other people who were also appointed as acting members, and I saw the need to also ensure that they get the requisite skills for the job. So I took them through vigorous exercise of training, especially to equip them with the knowledge of the exercise. Although I am not superior than anybody, and I'm not saying that I knew more than any of them, others or whatever, but I thought that there was a need to familiarize ourselves with this particular laws. So we did a lot in respect of that. Just that, to be frank,
as your position as an acting CJ, what are some of the roles you played for this tenure of, I think, 2 months or 3 months since you were appointed as an acting CJ in quotes?
Okay, so we were limited by resource, you understand. And you see, the judiciary, like the other arms of government, must run with resource. We have to also get budget and other stuff. But the fact is that Congress had issues with our appointment, so it became difficult for them to even choose us. But apart from that, the other small way we could do in order to make that particular position functional, we did it. And that is what I'm telling you, that I undertook a lot of training exercise for my people to ensure that at least.
Mr. Clement, why do you think Congress had a problem with that exercise, that appointment?
They had issues from day one in respect of that particular position, you understand? And I respect their decision. You see, this particular thing that we are doing, now, if I don't get the opportunity to even be appointed, it won't affect me in any way, to be frank. Let me be honest. You understand? Yes. But that doesn't mean that I should not give my all, because I know that, right, it will also help me with in some way in life, you understand? And so if the student body had given power to members of Congress, and I know that members of Congress composed of at least 5 nominees from each campus, together with the speaker. So if members of the student body have actually given powers to their representatives, and their representatives collectively had decided or had taken a particular decision, who am I, you understand, to even challenge it? It is just an opportunity to be part of this administration. So I had no problem with Congress. I respected their decision. And I think that it borders on matters of interpretation of the Constitution. I may have my own view.
Glad that you respected that decision. However, as a student of procedure, you know the appropriate procedure. Do you think the approach that was taken was the right approach?
Please, what approach, if you can be specific?
In appointing you and then your other officials as acting bodies.
To be frank, I thought that in the interim, for the beginning, when the administration took office, and there was a challenge as a result of budget and other stuff, I thought that the necessity also requires that they need. But at a point in time, I thought that no, the exigency requiring our appointment, personally, this is my personal opinion, the exigency requiring our appointment as acting was no more in existence. Because one, if the whole reason why we could not be appointed on time borders on finances and budget and other stuffs, you go to a time the administration had a lot of money. They even engage in other activities of the SRC and spend a lot of money. They engage in Aquabana, spends a lot of money in there, which functions are even not constitutionally required. So they spend money on that. And so at the start of the whole show, I thought that yes, there was a need for us to find an interim judiciary to be in place. If the main reason why our appointment, our vetting had been withheld is because of finances, then I thought that yes, there was justification for it. But to be frank, I was swerved away when I saw that we had the needed finance, but still they were not making room for the appointment. That was where I even got discouraged along the line. To be frank, let me be frank with you. So me, I accepted it wholeheartedly because I thought that there's a need to fill a vacuum and allow the structures to work. But where the justification for it is no more, I thought that there was no need for us to continue. Maybe there may be other reasons, but that is my personal opinion.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Nel.
Thank you.
Mr. You may have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Percy, for example, of the EPSA from caucus. Although primarily the question and answer stage has concluded. But there was just one final question I should have asked. It was part of the questions that I received from the member of the SRC by name Kokunoa. And that's the only question I have that to cap it off, to round it off. Then we proceed to end the session. So he asked a question about how you would preserve the judicial independence and impartiality and due process since you are appointed by the president. And so you answered that. The follow-up to the question was that further, would you support the publication of the academic results of all SRC executives, similar to the principle of asset declaration for public officers in Ghana, especially given that the presidents especially given the precedent that a former SRC president was previously removed on grounds related to academic performance. This question came from Kokunoa. He wants to find out whether you would support such a position that the results of executives be made known. What's your answer to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I believe in rule of law. And as a man who respects the rule of law much, if the law provides so, who am I to say no? You understand? And we also know that the powers of the SRC reside in the sovereign people or reside in the people. And so if the people per any motivation or whatever believes that there is the need for members of the executives to have their results published, and as a result, they support it with law, and it is expressly provided by law, I will respect it. But as it stands now, there is no provision within our law which requires so. And I don't think that there is any reason why I personally believe that maybe there should be a reform for it to be included in that particular book. For I haven't thought through of any circumstances that require such. So if you may ask me, if it is expressly provided within the law, we will give effect to it. But as at now that there is no law, I think that I respect the position now, the status quo now. So that is my opinion. If members of Congress believe that there is the need to ensure it and they can justify the rationale, even not justification of rationale, they are masters of the law. The Constitution is there. There are provisions for amendments. So I think that they still powers resides in members through their executive or representatives in Congress. And so they can initiate that particular process. That is my response, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Nominee. And so for the purpose of clarification, and due to the exchanges that have occurred over your vetting, I'd like to clarify certain issues as far as the workings of the vetting committee is concerned. What has questioned the delay that the vetting commission has, and the vetting has suffered over the period of time when there's no it is by no fault of the executive, by no fault of the Congress or the vetting committee that the vetting suffered. So we office both the executive September 2025, and after the handover, about 2 weeks later, the president nominated the CJ, and prior to that, 10th of September, and I be appointed chairman, and we issued vetting guidelines and published same on the 24th of September. And so even before the nomination came, we had already constituted the vetting committee and were willing and able to perform our mandate. And we scheduled for vetting upon receipt of the nomination of the CJ for the 8th of October 2025. Now, we were due to undertake vetting, and we had prepared and put everything in place to make sure that vetting comes off as scheduled. Then, due to internal wranglings within the Executive Council, we received a petition from the members of the Executive Council that the constitutional requirement of consultation had not been fulfilled, and for which reason they were opposed to the schedule and the subsequent vetting of the nominee. And so, by virtue of this petition, we have to consider same, because there's a constitutional requirement that the consultation be done with the Executive Council. So, majority of the Executive Council members raised the petition. There was we have to consider this petition before join to the 17th of October. Vet the nominee. We had already submitted a budget for the activity of the vetting committee as mandated by the Constitution. Every SRC activity is supposed to be catered for under a budget. And so we presented same to the Executive Council for approval. And this approval, this budget was met with rejection. Our budget was rejected. That notwithstanding, we have still put things in place to ensure that the vetting would continue while deliberations on the budget continued. And once again, we received another petition from the Executive Council, members of the Executive Council, to the effect that still the prior requirements of consultation had not been followed. And so owing to that, they moved to, as it were, halt the entire process. And these are some of the issues that occasion the delay. And so we cannot purport to make it look as if the vetting committee reneged on its mandates or slept on its duties. It has never been the case. As and when we are fighting for the vetting committee to have in-person sessions, even members of the Executive Council, including the president and the legal advisor, who copiously intermeddled in our affairs, was against the position of the vetting committee that we need in the demeanor of the nominees and make a proper judgment of their persons and personality, and the answer that they'll churn out to the committee. But all this was met with complete disapproval. They saw no reason in why the vetting committee should convene in person to conduct its business. But here we are hearing the chairman, the CJ nominee, highlighting the need for the judiciary to have in-person sittings. And so then again, it goes to buttress our point in our position that we took. That was necessary to have nonsense that were occasioned by the Executive Council has brought us where we are today. And it is important that we highlight this and make it known to the student populace so that the impression that they managed to create that it is the Congress that is fighting the Executive Council is neither here nor there. It doesn't hold water, and it cannot be substantiated by any fact. And so please, we want to use this opportunity to clarify these inconsistencies in the narrations that have been created around the business of Congress. At no point in time has Congress taken any position against the Executive Council or the President. At no material point in time. At every point in time, we have rather showed good faith and willingness to work. There are many moments and occasions where the Speaker and the leadership of Congress had to intervene and engage the Executive Council when the impasses and infractions were agog in the Executive Council, and they took steps to make sure that we could have at least a united front so that the student interest would be pushed. But here we are. Maybe today it is different because, as it were, it looks like things have settled down a little. That's why we are able to have this. We've submitted our budget as far back as October 2025. We reviewed it and submitted a new budget, a revised budget in December. And it was only on the 2nd of March, that is just about a week or two ago, that we received approval by the Executive Council to proceed with the budget. And so to proceed with vetting. And so these are some of the facts that have occasioned this delay. And so I'd like to unequivocally put this out there to clarify all the issues concerning the vetting committee and its business. On that note, I'll call on the nominee to give us final word as we conclude on this vetting. And he has just 1 minute to give his final word. Then we can call it a day and call the next nominee to take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairperson, together with the honorable members of this House for such an opportunity given to me. And I want to assure members, as well as Mr. Chairperson, together with the student body, that if I'm considered and I'm given the nod, respectfully, I will uphold high esteem and discharge my duties as of already stated. I don't know what is beyond us, and where my records here will be questioned again. So for the independence and the ensuring of professionalism and the high level of skills, please, there is an assurance from me that me and my team, if you're given the opportunity, we will discharge it and work hard for the benefit of the student body. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable CJ nominee. I wish you all the best. And once again, congratulations on your appointment. We would be expecting your study leave letter, and so to proceed with our report. And so you hear from us accordingly. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Clement. Please, you are discharged.
Honorable members,
Mr. Chair, your line is breaking. We couldn't hear you.
Hello, honorable members. Please, can I be heard now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I mean, these are some of the reasons why, I mean, online vetting will never prevail over in-person meetings. It's challenges. Anyway, so honorable members, if the second nominee, which is the AC chair, Richard Osei, is seated, we may have to proceed with his vetting. Honorable AC nominee, are you here? Honorable Richard, Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard Osei Boatin. If you are here, kindly.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Please, can I be heard? Okay.
Yes, please. You can be heard, but we cannot see you. We want to see you.
All right.
Thank you. You're welcome, Honorable Mr. Richard Osei Boatin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members.
Right. So I'll yield the floor to the honorable clerk to the committee to administer the oath before we proceed. And so, Mr. Richard Osei Boatin is the nominee or electoral commission chairperson nominee, and so we is the next in line to be vetted. The Honorable Francis Atta will kindly proceed to administer the oath.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Nominee, do you have a Bible with you, or if you don't, you may raise your right hand in affirmation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So when I mention you will repeat after me and mention your name, then we could proceed. Is that okay? Okay. So I,
Richard Osei Boatin,
solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matters in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. Mr. Chair, the nominee has taken the oath and we are good to proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. At this juncture, would invite the nominee to introduce himself briefly. That would involve, or that will include a brief background as to his experiences and who he is as a person, that his vision for the office. Before we proceed to ask questions, we take rounds to ask the questions. So, honorable nominee, within 5 minutes, please do justice to this for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Richard Osei Boatin, and I was born in Takrady, but spent most of my useful age till now in Koforidua.
Sorry, Mr. Honorable nominee. I think that yes, we cannot hear you properly. If you could raise your voice a bit, so that thank you.
Mr. Chair, please, can I be heard now?
Yes, it is much better now.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, Mr. Chair, my name is Richard Osei Boatin. I was born in Takrady, but spent most of my youthful years to my adult years in Koforidua, where I see myself spending. So I spent most of the time there, and I attended Pope John Senior High School in Koforidua, after which I went to KN University. I studied a degree in political science and sociology. Subsequently, I did a course certificates in broadcast journalism at UCC, and I formerly worked mostly as an online journalist and like a legal researcher. before I gained admission to study LLB at Wisconsin International University, where I completed in 2024. Then I gained admission to the Ghana School of Law, and now studying the professional law course. I'm in part 2 of the professional law course. I think I see myself, I always say I've been an observer of elections. Unfortunately, I have not been at the forefront of any active position, as in I have not contested for any active position, but I've been at the behind the scenes. Like I said, I have supported people, I've seen people contest elections, I have been agents, polling agents, I have observed the national campus elections, and fortunately, in 2020, I got a chance to be an election observer with the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, role which I played in the 2020 election and also in the 2024, just in the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election in the New Dublin South constituency in Koforidua. And for me, looking at the SRC elections from K University to the Ghana School of Law, I have few things that I feel as an EC chair nominee, if given the nod by your Alfred, your committee, Congress, I want to bring to bear. First of all, I have seen past EC, especially the immediate past one, done here best. And I feel when I'm giving the nod, I want to institute what is called the Inter-Candidate Advisory Platform. I don't know, I'm not aware if there's something like that there, whereby you have a WhatsApp platform with the candidates who have chosen agents together with EC commissioners on the platform, where we have weekly or bi-weekly engagement on matters of their election, their nominations, and their campaigning and everything, where they can ask whatever questions and dialogue face-to-face with us in order, so that it will actually demystify the commission and any kind of mentality, conspiracy theory of rigging and whatever. I don't think it happens, but people seem to have some of these twisted beliefs. So the Inter-Candidate Advisory Platform will be like an engagement between the commission candidates and their agents ahead of time, so that even by the time the elections, we get to the time of the elections, would have bridged such gap. They would have demystified the commission inside that no one will sit somewhere and be filled with suspicion of someone trying to do anything to his or her detriment. So that's one of the first things that I feel I want to bring on board as well as a GSL election is concerned. Then secondly, I've realized that, see, we do election, but I feel election should not only be about being an agent, being a candidate, and being in hectic, heated debate and heated campaign and contestations and all that. I feel we should build capacity. So I wish to liaise with CODEO and the National Electoral Commission to at least organize a training program for the commission itself, candidates and selected agents. We can even extend the hand to honorable member of parliament if interested, so they can build capacities. But we don't know where we find ourselves in the near future. So that as we prepare towards GSL election, we get our capacities also being built, so that wherever we find ourselves in the near future, we'll know how we can put that into also very good use. And finally, I actually monitored, especially for last year, I saw what went on in the GSL election, especially at the UPSC campus. And I feel that when it comes to identifying, let's say, EC officials, identifying agents of candidates, identifying agents, they use tax, which I saw. But I feel if the opportunity prevails and time is on our side, I want to introduce unique tax as done by certain political parties in their internal elections, so that when the executive council member, for example, if someone is a member of the executive council and is coming to vote or wants to come and vote, we want them to be identified by particular tax, so that as they get there, we identify them easily as they approve that they belong to the executive council. Even leadership of Congress will be included the commission itself, the officers, then the agents, so that the identification will be proper. So that I think identification is key when it comes to the police station and everything that goes on. So, aside identification, I would like to introduce like GSL branded EC vest, at least for the commissioners for a start, something that can be left behind so that those who come after will also want to use, because as we do elections in GSL, I believe we should also mimic what happens at the national level, because as I said, we will not know what some of these things will take us to. So these are at least 3 key things that I wish to introduce when giving the nod as the chairperson of the Ghana School of Law Electoral Commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee. So I think now we can proceed to take questions from honorable members. So Aaron, I think they are ready to go. So,
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, you are Richard Osei-Boateng, correct?
Yes, please. I am Richard Osei-Boateng, correct.
Honorable nominee, you agree with me that your CV should speak well about you and with such precision and clarity, correct?
Correct, I agree.
So I want to understand your core competencies. You say one of your core competencies is election observation and monitoring. What do you mean by that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I indicated in my motivation and every document that I filed before the committee, I have indicated that I have been more of like an observer of elections. I have not played any front role in. So as I observed over the years through campuses and national elections, I believe that I have gone to note. I've noted when it comes to how the observation is done, how the kind of ethics that we need to imbibe into going into election officials and even candidates who are contesting elections. I've seen and I've observed at first and some of these, and I feel that I can say I know something about them. So that's why I place them there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll come back to your election ethics. Well, Mr. Richard Osei-Boateng, if you observe, do you observe very well?
I'll say yes, Mr. Chairman.
So I have an issue when you raise an IPAC sort of. So here you are proposing an ICAC, Inter-Candidate Advisory Committee. But that is already in existence. That is already in existence because the Electoral Commission had a common platform. It was engaging candidates. So if you had observed very well, you would have acknowledged what the SRC, the former EC did, and what you want to do is one of the same. There is nothing new. You are only proposing a name. Maybe you are coming to commission a name on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's not, I won't say it being there, and for what I want to do, I don't think it will make any worse. I feel I want to institutionalize such an engagement. I want to institutionalize such an engagement and take it to a certain level. That's what I want to do. So as giving the nod as the EC chair, I want to institutionalize it further and heighten the activities that take place between these individuals or agents.
Mr. Osei-Boateng, words itself will not make your point clear. I'm telling you that the proposal is already in the system, and if you say you want to heighten it, what is happening currently, or what happened in the previous election that you think you want to scale it up? I don't want English. Let me know practically.
Okay. First of all, it's a way of trying to decentralize the activities of the Electoral Commission through the agents and the candidates. So I want the student population or the GSL public, as we speak of it, to get to know of the existence of such a body. Because personally, it may be there, but I did not get to know about it.
That is why I raised
didn't.
questions. That is why I raised questions about your observation.
Mr. Chairman, can I please conclude?
Okay.
So I did not, yes, it may be there. I did not get to know of it. So that's why I want to bring it institutionalized such that the students of GSL will get to know that such a body is there that does a bi-weekly or weekly engagement with candidates and agents. Get them to know whatever activities are going on, EC activities and electoral activities in the calendar. We engage more, build that cohesion and that coordination so that it will enhance our duties as we get closer to the election activities of the year.
I have 3 more questions for you, and I'm done. You've written core competencies, election ethics. What's the meaning?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that I know that to be able to organize a successful election, learning from the national to various campuses, you need to be a fair-minded person. You need to be very fair, a fair-minded person. You need to be someone who cherishes independence. You need to be someone who is ready to go by, like, forgo whatever friendship and whatever relation that you may have, whatever, and do the work as it's supposed to be. So that's what I refer to when I mention election ethics. So election comes with some of these ethics that whoever is a manager or a player in the process should imbibe, that formally or informally, to be able to carry out this mandate successfully.
Your work experience. I'm referring to your curriculum vitae. Am I correct that all this work experience, former freelance journalist, former editor at Dennis Law News, former branch researcher at Adens Technology Limited, former freelance writer, and all those things, you did it in 1 year?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, please, I didn't do them in 1 year.
So why are the dates not captured?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a reason for it. I felt that because in GSL, basic line, we are not supposed to work, and these are former jobs. So I felt it would not really make any difference if I do not bring them. So pardon me, Mr. Chair, if I will really, if requested, I will update the committee with an updated version with all the dates. Thank you.
So I need the updated version before I score you, because you cannot measure us with that you put something on your CV and make presumptions for us. My last question, I want to refer you to the SRC's constitution. Do you have it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I want us to go there. I think my camera is betraying me, but let me ask you this question. I want to refer to Article 8. I'm sure it is Article 8 that talks about, what do we call it? I should get it right. A minute, I should get it good. Article 8. Is it Article 8? Yes, Article 8 talks about the electoral commissioner. And so I want to refer to Article 8, Clause 2, Paragraph B, that officers in Clause 1C. So if you read Article 8, Clause 1, it tells you the composition. A chairperson, 3 deputy chairpersons, and electoral officers from each class. Now, 8.2b says that the officers referred in Clause 1C shall be appointed by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Are you able to tell the committee which criteria you'll be using to appoint these officers so that we can hold you against it when the said criteria is not followed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to make it a very fair process, so I'll issue out notice and possibly come out with a Google form where interested persons will log in, fill up their names, their classes, why they want to be electoral officers or part of the Electoral Commission. And they also have to declare that they are not actively supporting any aspirants in the current election. I will actually put them to it. So they have to declare that they are not in any active role supporting any current aspirants in the election or hold any allegiance to anybody that will let their role or challenge or question their independence. That is the criteria, what I'll put out. So in the notice, I'll set out all these criteria. Then before I bring out a Google form to allow interested candidates to apply, where as a commission, we'll sit down and sort it out. I think if time will permit us, I want to have some engagement, but if time doesn't permit, I want to involve my other constituents into coming out properly and scrutinizing and for allowing me to select these electoral officers. Thank you.
Last question on this. The Constitution allows you to do the appointment alone. You are roping in your other commissioners. That is good one, and I commend you for that. However, when you roll this out and nobody fills the form in UPSA A1, A2, GIMPA A, how do you get reps?
Mr. Chairman, I believe publicity is a powerful tool. And definitely, I believe students, we have interested applicants who are there waiting for any action. So if we open it for 2 days and we don't get for certain classes, or you have to go. Personally, if I have time, we'll go and speak to them in class why we are invited, why we encourage anyone who is interested to rise up and apply so that we'll do this work together, because it has to be filled. The position has to be filled.
Mr. Osei, thank you very much. I wish you very well. I'll be expecting your CV.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will do so. I'll gladly
enjoy your evening
at the earliest convenient time.
Less of trouble, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Francis Atawood, are you ready? Hello.
Yes, please, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, EC nominee, my first 2 questions are yes or no, then we'll take the rest. I would implore on you to shorten the answers so that we'll be able to proceed within time, because we spent more than 2 hours on the first nominee, and I'll be grateful if you shorten your answers, but give us the content that we want. Okay, so the first 2, as I said, are just yes or no. So please let me know. Have you ever contested an election before?
No, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Have you ever handled an election, an electoral body before?
No, please, Mr. Chair, as indicated in my motivation statement.
Okay. So apart from your CV, apart from being an observer with CODEU, you don't seem to have any election-related experience. True?
That is not true, Mr. Chair. Because if I even refer to my motivation statement and even the CV, I indicated, I don't know, maybe it will depend on where Mr. Chairman, honorable member is coming from, because I believe that taking part in election should not necessarily be being at the electoral commission. In fact, that's the main rule. That's at a different level.
Caveat there. Let's take it one by one, so that we will move faster. Okay, I put a caveat there. That's the reason I asked the first two elections whether you have been on a position that has been elective before. You said no, and so you have never been you have never stood for elections before. That's number one. Number two, you have never handled an electoral body before. That one too, you said no. That is fine. My next question was that I recognize the fact that you have been an observer with Kodeo. That one is a fact. That is what you've written in your CV, right? But I'm saying that apart from that observer duties that you performed for Kodeo, you don't have any election management experience. That's what I want to.
For election management, no, but I have engaged in one or the other being election. That's what I can say.
Okay, what elections were those, and what did you do?
From basically throughout campus and even to national, I've been agent for various candidates. I've attended meetings with election management bodies where we've sat down and settled scores, and they've briefed us on how the election is going. Like I'm trying to bring on board, like the entire candidate advice. You have been in some of the have been learned about the rules that will go into election, and I've seen how elections are organized, the rules at the police station. So I can say at that level I have, but for management, no.
Thank you very much. This is very important because as part of your scoring criteria, previous experience is one of the components that is very necessary. So apart from engaging in other electoral activities, when it comes to managing an electoral system, you don't have any experience. I'm sure it will guide me in my destiny. So data and history shows us that previous elections at GSL has not shown a lot of student participation in the elections. To which participation of students in SRC elections have been low. If you look at our last elections, in terms of percentage, in fact, we didn't even get 30% of the total student population participating in the elections. If you are giving the nod, can you give me just list them, 4 practical measures that you will put in place to ensure that at least 40% of total students participate in the elections that you, if given the nod, will be supervising?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, honorable member, if I may be permitted, I want to lay a certain foundation before I go into giving the 4, if permitted.
Please go ahead.
From what I've seen at GSL, as in the reason for the lack of interest in participation in this election, first of all, I believe the timing of the election is an issue, because the Constitution states clearly that the election should be held at least 2 months before the examination, the June examination. But I believe last year there was a postponement, and last minute we had to hold it. I think first week in May or last, I believe so, and it didn't add up exactly to the 2 months. Professional law course itself is not easy, and people have a lot of issues on their minds relative to grabbing concept and learning. So people don't really see the need leaving their books and coming. So I believe that first of all, to deal with this issue, one first point, what I would do, if we are able to line the election to meet the constitutional deadline, I believe it will, in a way, encourage people to want to come out to vote. Because if he feels that he will to set aside there and he still has like a month and more, almost 2 months, to cover with rest of his books, he will come. Well, if we are
Brevity
holding
is
it,
necessary. Honorable nominee, brevity is very necessary. So number one is clear. You will attempt to comply with the constitutional provision of two months prior to exams. Number two, please proceed.
Number two, second one, I think publicity is key. So that's where I want to liaise more with the General Secretary and personally want to go around together with my electoral officers to engage the students. To pass aside the statement notice that I was sent on the platforms, I want to engage the students to whip up their interest in participating in the electoral processes.
Number three.
And thirdly, I want to engage the SRC. The SRC as Executive Council, because I believe we cannot do it alone. The commission for the SRC. So our Executive Council to help in terms of if they have any activities or events anywhere, they will want to consider the EC's activities, place it at certain times so that it does not conflict with any activity for people to want to come out to express interest in election. And finally, I want to engage management because we cannot do this with management. Management has to come in because management also has its own plans with reference to the academic calendar, what they want to do and lectures, what lectures to do and all that. So if management gives us the nod and permits us to be able to also seek the assistance of the lecturers in terms of maybe we are doing vetting, we are doing all that, and they can allow us some space so that students can have the chance to also come and take part in that. But I believe that is also part of the electoral activities and process. So it will help them up the activities when they come and hear of the manifestos and all that are on the table. They will be helped up to want to go and vote. They will see a need in it why they should vote because they feel something better will be ahead.
Okay, so I was expecting one other innovative idea or some of the measures that you will implement, but it didn't come. But I'll use it as a question and ask you. There has been concerns that one of the reasons for lack of the should I say low participation is that is because the current manual system does not allow students the opportunity to vote. Now, some students are proposing switching to electronic voting. Do you align with this call? If yes, why? If no, why not?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point in time, I don't subscribe to the electronics. Maybe in future, the next look more into it and settle more how to use the electronic system. So first of all, time there has been an experience. I wasn't at the GSL. Journalist conspiracy theory. We are GSL.
Your line is
one
breaking.
time and
take your time and then let's see if the line will normalize. It's breaking.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can I be heard? Please, is it okay now?
Yes. Yes, please proceed.
Okay.
So you started something, it was breaking, so we didn't hear.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I started by saying that at this point in time, I will not subscribe to the e-voting, especially for this year's election, because of time constraints and the fact that e-voting has to come in with trying to know the system, at least putting it into test and knowing how stringent and how robust it is before we do that. And I feel that will accord very well with the next administration, that is the next EC, if given the nod, should have enough time to try and test all these processes and know the one which is solid will stand the test of time for GSL election. And also because I said previously, as part of when I was doing my work as a journalist, as a legal journalist, I heard whether conspiracy theories or that I was introduced one time at GSL and a lot of issues, controversies, and people were contestations, or whether it's true or not, I don't want to side. But I feel that for that lesson that we have, if you are going to introduce e-voting, then we need to test the robustness, do a pilot before the main election comes. So nobody will come and say someone hijacked the application, someone voted 3 times, and because whether the SRC is ready to make ready money for us to purchase such a software, a developer to give us such a robust system. Also an issue. Now that is why for this year, I will not subscribe to e-vote. But if it's for the future, I'm okay with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The future that you will not be part of, that one you are okay with. But this one that you are in charge, you say this one that you will be in charge if you are given the nod, you say you are not in favor. Society grows and society moves forward. Perhaps if can you lower it? I'm getting feedback. If the conspiracy theory that you said you heard about a previous attempt that didn't end well, it doesn't mean that it is a closed book and that we cannot even look at it again. And so telling me that you will not even entertain it at all, I mean, it gives me a sense that you are not even open to further discussions on whether or not electronic voting should be possible around this time or not. Because I'm telling you, that will be the only medium that will enable a lot of students to participate. Because if a student is in their house, if a student could not come to school, if a student is on a day that we are doing 2 days. So on a day that they are not available, they will still be able to vote. But I mean, okay, so we'll take it like that. You want it to come at a time when you will not be part of it. We'll take it like that. There has been concerns that students' campaign on campus is increasingly becoming profligate. People spending so much just because they want to be elected into certain student positions. Meanwhile, we all know that the positions are non-paying. In fact, they don't even pay allowances. So what actually is the motivation that is making students spend so much on electioneering and election activities? Now, if given the nod as an electoral commissioner, do you agree that measures should be taken to control election financing? If you agree,
thank you.
What measures will you put in place as the electoral commissioner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that it's also a challenge. That is also a challenge nationally as a country, for which people are calling for certain measures to be taken. It's an issue, and I acknowledge that exists in GSL, especially the last election. Certain things happened. We heard them, whether true or not. I think it happened, and it's a challenge. So I believe that once we've all agreed that it's a problem, we want to stop it. That's the first thing. It's a starting point. So once we agree, then it will now discourage the one who will do to tackle the other one, to also go and do to win certain masses of candidates, to also stop. Because I think the main cause is someone has certain funds from somewhere, has extra cash, and he's doing it. So the other is also intimidated, because if the students are hailing someone because he has spent money on doing something for them, the one, whether he likes it or not, will also want to look elsewhere to find money to also do something to appease them, in order to get their votes. And it's a challenge. Like you said, it will end up monetizing the election, such that the highest one who pays high eventually wins the election. So I believe that to solve it, first of all, I will need the help of Congress. I believe as part of our regulation, the CI, if we're able to expand or to put a certain provision as to campaign spending and the profligacy, we're able to craft something in it to check that practice, then we will have a measure, a standard to measure this. But if we don't have any standard to measure this, like it's being done in Ghana nationally, where people are calling for certain bills on political party financing, here is the case: we don't have political parties, we have individuals who are contesting. So if you're able to put in place certain measures, as in regulatory mechanisms to in our case, it won't be criminalized, but to check it, to make it unacceptable in terms of GSL election, people will be discouraged, so that when we able to hear the news and we actually attest to that, the fact that someone has done something in order to try to appease or buy the student vote, then we can deal with such a person, either to face a committee or in the eventually we disqualify such a candidate. So I believe I cannot do it alone, because as electoral commissioner, even though we do regulations, I believe Congress comes in. So I now crave your support that, since we all know it's a problem, I also believe that it's a problem. So when I take over, I want to put it into a policy, like a regulation, such that it will be in our laws to frown against some of these prices, so that nobody will be encouraged. If A doesn't do, B will also not do. Then we'll be on that normal level, sell our policies to win vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have you checked the CI for the CI regulating elections at GSL?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the CI 23.
Have you familiarized yourself with it?
Mr. Chairman, I've gone through. I wouldn't say I've familiarized, but I've gone through. That's what I was saying.
Is there any provision on timelines for campaigning and those kind of things?
Mr. Chairman, I did not see clear timelines on campaigning. I did not see clear, but in the notice of program of activities, I realized that last year the commission actually set certain timelines for beginning of campaign and end of campaign. That's what I saw.
Okay. So don't you think that the absence of such provision in the CI is the reason why people start from day one, from the first day people step on GSL campus? They begin publishing banners, flyers, everything everywhere, simply because there's no clear guidelines on when campaigning can start, so that if somebody begins campaigning at a time inconsistent with what is provided in your rules, then that person becomes a subject of disqualification. Don't you think that having such a rule or regulation will help in curbing the way people start too early? And because they start early, the competition becomes so much, everybody wants to show that he can spend more or he can do this more. People are buying tables and chairs, people are buying dustbins, people are giving water, people are giving cake, people are, I mean, all sorts of things is entering into our student body politic. Don't you think that, and people are announcing themselves, I mean, every time. Don't you think that the absence of such clear guidelines on when you can even start campaign is accounting for some of the unreasonable expenditure that is associated with our election? Don't you think so?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I entirely agree. I agree with that. And I believe that if it's possible, I want to look at that, to have such a provision in the CI to capture it clearly, the timelines for starting campaign and where it will end, so that whoever want to contest will want to stick. If you don't stick, go by, then you can take such an action that is supposed to be taken. And also, secondly, I believe that if all things go on right, if all things being equal, if the EC properly constituted is also able to come out with the program of activities also early, that will be based on the CI, taking portion from the CI and putting them in program. It will also help whoever wants to contest, because they are in part one. They entered the school, and most of them possibly have not contested. They now want to contest. They don't know how elections are done, that they are banned placed on campaigning and where it is lifted. Then they just come and start from anywhere, and they are just doing whatever they can. So I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, entirely, 100%, that we should have such a provision in our CI to capture it properly, so that to have that legal backing. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I have no further question. Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Francis Atawu, are you done with your question?
Yes, please. Yes, I am done. So you may take over.
So, Honorable President, we are ready. Thank you, Honorable Francis. President, if you are ready, kindly take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, yes, please, a minute. Okay. Mr. Richard, how are you doing?
Mr. Chair, Honorable, I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
That is great. Mr. Chair, Mr. Nominee, you were appointed concerning this position, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've been nominated for this position.
Sorry, yes. And you are pretty much interested in this position. And
yes,
so
Mr.
Yes, and so I presume that you have the knowledge, the competence, and then all other qualities required to run this body.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Good. Now, Honorable Francis Atawood asked you a couple of questions. He made mention of the fact that you have not contested in any form of election, be it student-related or personal or national, in that sort. And then you've not handled any electoral body. Now, apart from being an observer, what makes you think you have the qualities or the competency for this position?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to indicate that clearly, personally, I may be wrong, but I don't think the experience of one, as in to have contested election, should necessarily gives one an edge with respect to occupying the role at the election management body as an electoral commission. And examples are clear. There are clear examples all around, like as a nation and wherever we've come from. I believe that people have been appointed to certain positions where they have not really contested. I actually believe that even not contesting in any election makes you someone who doesn't really have any sort of interest, because one way or the other, if you are contesting in certain elections, it may have certain links where it may want you to have links and interest in people and all that. So I believe from national to as a nation, people are taken from public service from wherever they are, from legal profession, and they are taken to the election management body. So I believe that one necessarily should, because I believe if it should be, then I think the constitution of the SRC should have clearly stated that you should have contested election or should have had experience in election before being made to occupy the high office of the Electoral Commission. So that made clear. Secondly, it's true that I have not been at the helm of a reference to Electoral Commission anywhere before. But I believe that, you see, the enthusiasm edge and being familiar with the general process itself is also another thing, an edge that will help one to be able to occupy and do things properly. But I believe that if you are to go previously, to persons who have occupied these positions and maybe at various levels, it may be clear to honorable members that it may not be everybody who occupied such a position before being made an electoral commissioner. But ironically, we may find out that such persons in a way delivered. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to indicate that even though I have not done this, I know I still have certain edge and certain qualities from what I have done, which may translate to success with this particular position. Thank you.
Mr. Nominee, what is your understanding of the SRC electoral framework?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The SRC electoral framework, as the various provisions of various processes and the rules governing it, as stipulated in the Constitution and the CI, first of all, is not too different from what is being done in other countries. So first of all, interested candidate or interested aspirants will want to express they will want to go to the people first of all to express their interest in the position they want to contest. First of, before we open nomination, those are just informal processes where they will go, I want to contest president, vice president, Congress and all that. So the nominations are open. So once nominations are open, then these aspirants, persons will now file nominations with the Electoral Commission. They pay the appropriate fees, they get their forms, they go for all those, and the people not being nominated and people endorsing, then they submit to the Electoral Commission. The Commission will scrutinize everything, whatever form in the form they brought. If there are any issues or mistakes or oversight, they are notified, or mistakes that are correctable, they are called to rectify them and deal with them before we publish those who are successful, who have been put on the note. Then we move on to doing vetting them. Then we do debates before we move to the election itself, to the declaration and all that, to the process. So I believe it's not too different from every election or every election that happens, just that our structure in terms of the positions as taken in the various constituencies may be different. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So currently, as you've been nominated by an executive, I think the president, how in situations where your interests are conflicted, as you being the head of the Electoral Commission, how would you handle such a situation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that my key first point of reference is the Constitution of the SRC, that is Article 10, which stipulates the independence of the Commission, which states that the Commission is independent in the performance of its functions and not subject to direction or control of any person or authority, whether within or outside the SRC. So as a person who is ready, has duly accepted such a nomination, want to occupy such an office, knowing the architecture we find ourselves in law school, want to raise a certain legacy for myself in the future, I will be very cautious and want to go by what the Constitution says to be independent. I don't think my interest will be because my interests don't need to be conflicted. Because as a referee in election, once you do that, then you are creating troubles for yourself, because people will now come in and they will see what you are trying to do, and they will bring a lot of challenge to the election and your person. So I don't think it should be, and I don't think anyone or any member of a certain council or from whoever contest will want to do so, because the position is clearly an independent election management body, which I want to respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, you are speaking in terms of probably a referral brought before you by somebody that is influential to you. Now, in respect of my concept of conflict of interest, my second referral is the fact that, for example, you have a relative that is also running. Are you saying we should leave you for you to be allowed to chair the commission?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as I indicated, being guided by the Article 10, it tells me clearly that if I have a relative contestant, definitely, as someone who should wield a level of integrity and good behavior, I need to declare, I need to make clear, at least to my fellow deputy commissioners, and make it clear. Definitely, I can't stop such a person from contesting, but you need to make it clear. And I don't think I have any relative. I don't have any relatives at the moment at the law school, and maybe it will be after I'm gone. But currently, I don't have any such conflict. I don't have any relative, any family member, anybody coming into this kind of relation. So I don't think I will actually face such a challenge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I see. And then what provisions and mechanisms will you use to prevent or detect certain electoral malpractices?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that once again, the Constitution of the SRC has stipulated certain irregularities and electoral offenses, made it clear certain acts and commissions and omissions that fall into irregularities reference to our elections. So I believe once I refer to it, for example, someone selling or offering for sale or purchasing a ballot paper. So once anybody participates in that, the letters of the law very clear. So we will need to apply whatever replication or sanction that that applies to it, which we will do that. So I'm guided by the laws, or the laws of regulatory and electoral offense are listed in the Constitution and are also in the CI that governs election. So definitely, I believe once we make it clear, I'll make it clear to the student body and to aspirants to know that these are clear guidelines or regularities, that things that are prohibited reference to the election. So once they falter, then we'll apply the laws appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you are telling me the only mechanism that you have in place is to just inform them?
It wouldn't be, but that's the main mechanism. And definitely, secondly, I have electoral officers in the various classes. They are on the ground, though I'm also in classroom, but they are on the ground with the aspirants. So I will have part one electoral officer. They are with the various aspirants in class. So I will expect them, as part of their independence and their duty to the commission, to be able to report such conduct, bring to us some of these conduct, so that we will situate it in the law and take the reasonable action. So the law is clear. There are instances where if a person is not an aspirant and commit any of these, we actually take it to the next level where management will come in. So that's what is clear. So I will follow exactly what has been stipulated in the law with myself and my electoral officers, with our ears on the ground to do that. Thank you.
So do you intend on altering the rules and regulations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the moment, no. I believe the rules as I find it, to a large extent, are extensive, except the aspect where the honorable member came in reference to, he mentioned something. Honorable member came in with something where we set clear guidelines on vote buying, and those ones, I think they are very present, which we will need to, I will need the help of Congress through the legal advisor to come out with clear guidelines, and also the campaign timelines on campaigning period, which we need to stipulate clearly for all and sundry to be aware. Except that, I believe the others are currently in good shape to be used for the election. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Nominee, how many people constitute the Electoral Commission?
The Electoral Commission, 4 commissioners, that's the main commission, and the 3 deputy commissioners, then 2 reps, electoral officers each from each class of GSL. So currently, unfortunately, I don't know the number of class, because we have A1, B1, and C. So unless I go back, when I put together, I can be able to provide exactly. But practically, this is the structure. There are 4 commissioners, commissioner, 3 deputy commissioners, then 2 electoral officers from each class. Definitely, thank you very much, Sir.
this information you are giving me as to the number of people you have working with you, how do you intend to manage logistical challenges on election day?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's fortunately, we have the National EC, which we engage each year to support us with logistics and human resource on the field. So they play most of the role there, reference to coming for being screened with from the register, being given the ballot paper, going to the ballot box. They help us, and our officers play like a supplementary role on the election day. So I feel so over the years, even for last year to today, they've proven to be very, very effective. And as independent as they are, we'll continue to fall on them. We'll continue to fall on the National EC with the role that they play so far to continue to help us. And we will continue to speak to our officers, the officers who will be at the various police stations to also be independent minded, which I know they will, to support the National EC in terms of any peculiar situation so they can help report, then we deal with it that way. So I think with that, it will be an effective mechanism, which I believe so strongly that we will.
You are telling me the National EC performs every bit of your function. Then what would be your purpose then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not said that per function they perform. I said they perform the key roles on the election day with our officers playing, because our officers are GSL students. They know the candidates. They know them. They know whether this ID card is, we would have shown the National EC, but they know certain things that they can assist the National EC with. But you see them also with their tax over there. If you need any assistance, the National EC may not be able to help, but our officers will be able to help. Maybe you are from this class and they know the classes and everything. They help. And in most instances, like they are like a training ground. They learn from the national officers, which we have engaged. So definitely we pay to engage them with their resource and human resource to support that, because they are neutral. So it's good that we are not handling it 100% for people to come out for the fact that once you are a student of GSL and handling this 100%, we have favorites, you understand? So National EC complements all the way. I think so far it's been very effective and it helps us. Thank you.
So per your 1 year stay in the Ghana School of Law, have you realized any form of flaws in the SRC electoral system?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Earlier, at the start of this process, I think I came out with certain suggestions, certain things that I want to bring up. But also, there's something I've realized. The only thing I believe will be a flaw, it may not be, but I think it will be a flaw, is the identifications being identified before going to vote. I believe that in future, if it will be possible, fair enough, to start early enough to be able to have like very properly verified devices, because someone may come with an ID card. It may be, even if the picture is inside, there are people who look similar. There are people who look similar, or the semblance is very clear. Or someone will come that I don't have the ID card. I'm in this class. My name is in. Though our agents are there to verify, you see, but we need to build a certain robust system where in future, once the EC is coming in, students will be properly verified, such that we will leave out any kind of traces or doubt with respect to whether the real people are the ones who have voted or someone voted for the other or not. Because people are smart. Because as countries, as generations progress, smartness also progress. People are coming out.
What form of system are you proposing? What form of identification system are you proposing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm trying to say is that situation where we, in addition to giving the register to the EC, we'll get them to come with their verification device, where what we use at the national level, where we properly do biometric verification for our students. You put your hand on, you are verified, you have fed the system with the register. So you are verified before you go on to know it's you who's vote, so that there will be no kind of proxy votes. Nobody votes for anybody. I know it's not there, but so that to curb and to make the system more robust and more enduring. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
So you intend on bringing this initiative in this current elections?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have intended, but looking at the time constraint, I believe I will want to do all the groundwork and put in a paper or a suggested form to maybe the next administration. They will start the negotiations early to be able to get such a system, because I believe, looking at the timelines we have, they will now have to come and take the biometric details, and they will now have to come and test. It will take so much time to make it very. So I believe that is a suggestion I would make. If I had a way, I had a chance, I would do it in this current election. But I believe feasibility may not allow it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So my final question to you would be, so when a seat is vacant, what happens?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So when a seat is vacant, we'll have to organize a by-election. That's what it. But in a situation where the seat becomes vacant 1 month to the general election, we will not need to do the by-election. So that's what the Constitution says, per my reading of the SRC Constitution. When a seat is declared, we have to do a by-election, or if it's vacant, we'll do a by-election for it within 2 weeks of it being vacant. But situation where it becomes vacant 1 month to the election, we'll have to do the election, wait for the election.
So when it's vacant after the election, what happens?
Become vacant after the election, where they will have to do our election within 2 weeks after it has become vacant. If my memory serves me right from the reading of the SRC Constitution. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Chair, you may have the floor.
Honorable Person, thank you very much. I'll take the floor now. Congratulations once again, Honorable Chair nominee. Yes. So my questions will be you, so that you can quickly. Now on the issue of
Mr. Chair, please, your line is breaking. I cannot really hear you. Please, your line is breaking so badly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's quite better, Mr. Chair.
I hope they will do. So, I think that, first of all, congratulations on the appointment, and my questions will be a few, and I pray that your responses are also brief. So, on the issue of the appointment, the first question is, I'm curious, you know,
Mr. Chair, I think
Mr. Chair, your audio is not audible.
It's a challenge. Yes.
My video is off. I hope the next one is better. I don't know if the combined effect of the audio and the video is what's causing it. Can I be heard? Am I audible?
The voice is a bit far and creaky. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, it's
Hello.
better. Yes, it's better.
Okay. I think that I have to do away with the video. So, pardon me. My first question bordered on your appointment. I was asking, peradventure, are you aware, or do you know? I'm saying that the premise is that in a pool of about 2,000 eligible students of the Part 2, out of which the president could have chosen any member to be EC chair. What do you think, or how do you catch the president's eye, or what do you think the president saw in you that made him that convinced him that you are the proper and suitable person for the office of EC chair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In a very difficult way, I believe that I may not be able to know exactly what was in the president's mind. And also maybe the number of people he actually had to scan before arriving at myself for the nomination. So for that one, permit me, I think I can be in the president, and I don't want to say things that are not really true or not accurate to such a committee. So I believe that all I can say is that the president fell on me to take the reins of this position and manage the SRC election for this academic year 2026. That's what I can say, Mr. Chair. Permit me. Thank you.
Okay, so have you had any prior engagement with the appointing authority? Were you in any way connected to the president, or say, had you encountered him in a certain engagement outside of the GSL, for which reason he may have known you? Has there been any such engagement?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to indicate clearly that even per my CV and my background, it tells clearly that I've not met the president anywhere prior to coming to GSL, because our paths have never crossed. I believe I've known the president is just at GSL, where we just got to know people who are contesting, were contesting and have contested and are president. I think like everybody else knows the president, he's also my SRC president. So we have all been in GSL, seen people contest and sell their message last election to students that got people elected and some rejected. So I believe that, like I said, probably moving from class to class, because we quite speak in class. I was quite an engaging person in class, engaging with students, and we used to learn together and do. So I don't know. It could be that someone recommended me. It could be. And so, like I said, probably the president had loads of people and he screened and it fell on me. So I think I wouldn't want to conjecture or say things that may end up not being true. So I think for the benefit of the committee and not speaking any lie, I think I want to say it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Do you lobby for the position in any way? Just yes or no?
Mr. Chair, no, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, so my second part of my questioning has to do with the voter register. Last year, one of the candidates, or a number of them, raised concerns as to the exhibition of the voter register and the time within which it ought to be done. And so apparently one of the challenges the EC faced at the time was procuring the voter register, the register of students from management. How do you intend to go about this, especially when the exhibition of the voter register is very paramount in the electoral process? How do you think you can go about this to make sure that the exhibition is done and students have access to the voter register in time, so that the right level of scrutiny shall be done to ensure that every member on the voter register is supposed to be there? How would you go about this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I must say I agree with what you are saying. It's true. Compare the site of the program of activities. Last year, I think the exhibition date was Tuesday, 18th March to Thursday, 20th March. If maybe there was no prior changes to it, and I felt like it was too short. And so I believe that it ought to be extended. And by doing so, I will use the various electoral officers in the classrooms. So if through my speaking with the executive council and management itself, if they can permit us, even if you can get like a table somewhere whereby our electoral officers, they may have the registers around. So students or prospective voters will come and look out whether their names are inside, whether anomaly, errors and all that. We can correct it before we bring the correct register. We can, so at least a minimum of like a week should do. I believe minimum of a week should do with all the electoral officers having the registers around their various classrooms, making sure students come and see to whether their names have been spelled properly, whether they are in order, whether there are errors, whatever, whether they find their names. We should at least minimum of a week should do with this. And also reference to the register, I don't know, but I pray I don't encounter such a challenge getting all, but I'll do all I can, because once I'm given the nod by your committee, I will go through, I will speak to the executive council, I'll go to management person, because as part of our timetable, EC has to meet management. So I want to register it with them and plead with them so they can help us with every means possible so that we get this from the coordinators of various councils so that we can compile properly and have all qualified voters, everyone on the register, so that they can exercise their franchise correctly. Thank you. So that nobody is disenfranchised. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Honorable Nominee. So, in respect of this answer, I'm thinking one of the key challenges as far as this institution is concerned is that people don't have time. And so, whatever solution we prefer should bear in mind the convenience of students. And so, if we want to do an exhibition and want to set tables for students to come and verify, I bet you the number of people that will pass to do that will not be encouraging. I don't know if there are other options you may want to consider, such that in the comfort of your homes or your device, there is an approved register that has been exhibited that you can just go through, or whether there is this SRC website that has been launched by the president who made use of, or any other means which you think will be readily available and made convenient for students to access. I don't know if you consider any of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think I've also, at this point, want to take a cue also from Mr. Chair. I think as we do it manually, as in hard copy, we ought to also be exploring the virtual form where we can actually send through the class rep various, they will actually see to be sent on their phone, where they can see on their phones to check through, go through whether there are problems with the register, so that at the comfort of their home, because like you said, people don't have time. So even if they don't come to class and they don't go to the electoral offices, they need to, at the comfort of their home, you can upload, like you said, we'll speak to the executive council to see if there will be any opportunity for us to also exhibit it through the system, so that students at their own convenience can tap on links and go there to see whether their names are there, whether there are errors, so that we'll get to notice at the earliest convenience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so going on to the final session of my questioning. I believe you have the mandate to vet aspirants. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Per the Constitution, we are to constitute a 7-member vetting committee. So definitely, we have the mandate to do so.
Right. So how do you intend to go about the vetting? Would it be online or in person?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, like it's done, it will be those who are being vetted will have to come in person, but we'll have an online session whereby if there are certain extreme situations, or there may be extreme situations where maybe someone may not be available, I think the commission will look at it where we can factor all these instances in to get the aspirant to be vetted. So personally, it will be in person vetting, but will provide an opportunity for any exigencies in situations where extreme situations, something happens, so that it will also cater for such a situation. So we'll actually look at both, but the in-person will be a higher percentage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. So then you would agree with me that it is not unreasonable to expect and demand an in-person vetting of prospective aspirants and candidates or nominees as part of a vetting committee's mandate to vet whoever has been brought before the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I pray you permit me to indicate that as a nominee for the Electoral Commission, I believe I needed to subject myself to the Congress to be vetted for this position, and I did all I could to make myself available through the medium as communicated by your committee. So permit me, if I may not be able to go into answering yes or no, but I think this is what I'll say. So I made myself through this medium, and I think I want to leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I'm permitted.
No, honorable nominee, you have to answer the question. He said, so do you think it is unreasonable to request for in-person vetting? So it's not a matter of whether we invited you through this medium or not. My chairperson, I think, is not, I don't know, but that is his question.
Yes, I think that. Yes, please. Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Because of my network issue, sometimes I don't get the answer, so
yes,
I'm unable to really do follow-ups. Yes, so please, the answer that I think you gave, it didn't satisfy the question that was asked.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would say it's not unreasonable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, nominee. Right, I think that we are all taking a cue from your response. Now, my last question has to do with Article 12 plus 5.
Mr. Chair, please, if you may, I want to just follow up on your question.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, so nominee, so do you think that in your own estimation and assessment, do you think that the vetting committee has been dealt with fairly when our simple request to have an in-person vetting session for certain critical positions was met with so much hatred and strong resistance, such that there is a narrative out there that it is the vetting committee that has caused all this delay, simply because we wanted to have an in-person vetting? Do you think honestly that the vetting committee has been dealt with fairly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To answer the question, I want to lay a premise, if you allow me, that personally, I did not really delve or hear so much about such an argument as to whether the vetting committee is maybe it may be due to the position I was nominated for and maybe the timelines. But I have not been so privy to such an engagement. I don't know. But I believe, if you permit me, see, this will take me into going into the realms of the Executive Council, and as a nominee trying to look into Executive Council decision or not non-decision. And I believe I really pray if the committee will want to accept as independent body that I am.
You are independent. I am asking for your candid opinion. Do you think it is fair? You are an independent body, and your approval or disapproval is contingent on us. At this stage, the executive cannot do anything to you. And I'm not saying that go into whether the executive did this or that or that. That's not what we are doing. I'm saying that in your candid opinion, do you think that Congress was treated fairly? In fact, the vetting committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that, so as you said, like I said, I was not privy. So once you have made me clear, or you have indicated to me that this was what happened, so if indeed that was what happened, then I will say Congress wasn't treated fairly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Mr. Chair, please, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. So, yeah, I'm on my final question, then we'll wrap up. Article 12 clause 3 of the Src Constitution that requires that elections be held at least 2 months before examinations. So, my question then is, if unseen delays arise, how will you apply this article, that Article 12 clause 5, where you can lay regulations before Congress? How do you intend to apply this article to propose new timelines to Congress while preserving the credibility of the academic calendar? How do you seek to do that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. From where I sit, left for me, based on certain happenings previously and all that, I would wish that we meet this constitutional provision. However, looking at situations and the fact that all these activities have to go through once, if we are approved, we get the nod, then I believe if I'm not going to be able to meet this constitutional provision, then I think it's clear that 12.5 also indicates clearly that in situations, if if I'm permitted, Mr. Chair, the 12.5, it says that where the election cannot be organized within the timeline stipulated in clause 2, the Electoral Commission shall, on the advice of Congress, timeously come up with reasonable timelines and modalities for the conduct of elections. So definitely, Mr. Chair, I believe that as I come out with as we come out with a program of activities for the Electoral Commission, definitely it will only be fair that I engage Congress. If it's clear, very clear after a commission's meeting that we are not going to meet this constitutional provision, to come to Congress and make a proposal for new timelines for approval before we put out certain notices. Thank you, Sir Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Nominee. I think that'll be all for this round. And in closing, if you have any closing remarks before you cede the floor, that's the time. So we have just 2 minutes to do that. Barring any other additions from honorable members, I think that is where you would conclude, and then we can part ways. Thank you. Please. Okay.
Please, may I know the nominees' campus?
Thank you.
Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm at the Gimpa campus, but on paper, actually, I'm supposed to be in Accra. I've changed, which will be effective. So I go for lectures on the Gimpa campus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, group what?
Group C, please.
Group C, okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, please, the floor.
All right, so Honorable Nominee, so you may proceed to give your concluding remarks, then you'll be doing farewell.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, I would like to thank Mr. Chair and honorable committee members for engaging me for such an opportunity. I think it has been a very good opportunity, dialogue forum. I've learned a lot from you, and it has been a very great learning curve. And I want to promise the committee that once given the nod, we're supposed to engage Congress for a very effective and a proper, successful 2026 election. I will surely do so. I'll come back to you for whatever approval and advice to make GSL election one of a continuous success. Thank you very much, Sir Chairman.
All right, thank you. Thank you once again, Honorable Nominee Richard Osei Boateng. So the panel will deliberate on your responses. Will cross-reference the document as well. And also, I think there is a position that you resubmit your CV. And so we'll be expecting that at the earliest by close of, at the end of this vetting, we expect that you send to us the new CV for cross-referencing. Then we also, in the event that we need clarifications, further clarifications, we will contact you. Any additional... so yes, before making our recommendations to Congress. So thank you for your time. And I hope you do enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Honorable members, so we are done with the second nominee of the day. We are left with 2 more to go. I don't know what the pleasure of the House is. If we are minded to proceed, we could call on the third nominee, David Donko, who is the first deputy EC chair nominee. We are so minded. We may proceed to call David Donko. David Donko, are you online? Are you here with us?
Yes, please. I'm here.
Okay. Very well. Very well. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please. And congratulations on your nomination as well.
Yeah. Thank you too for having me here today. I think I made some important Yes, fine. Sorry, I made some information. I sent across an information to the clerk. So I have quite a limited time, but that's not to put pressure on the committee. I'm available and I think I can work out within the next 30 minutes and get that important situation also sorted out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Right, well noted. Well noted.
Sure.
So you proceed accordingly. The clerk will administer the oath, after which you'll be called upon to introduce yourself briefly and state your vision for the office. Then we proceed to enter the questioning phase. I believe that it wouldn't be, depending on the answers you give, I think that it should be a very brief session.
Definitely.
Okay, so Honorable Nominee, if you have a Bible with you, you can take it. If you don't, you raise your right hand for an affirmation. So when I say I, you repeat and mention your name, and then you repeat after me. Is that okay?
That's fine, sir.
Okay, so I,
David Donko,
solemnly affirm
that
the evidence I shall give before this committee touching on the matters in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Okay, please, when we are doing this, you should be looking into the camera. You have to be, it's like you are standing in front of us. But if you are looking to the west or
Mr. Clark, that's why I agree with the in-person veterans.
Yes.
Following the questions and it has been posed to the other nominees. I agree so much with that position.
That these things should have been in person, right?
Yes, exactly.
All right. So, Mr. Chair, we are done with the oath taking. You may please take the.
All right, thank you, Honorable Clerk. So, Honorable David Donko, please introduce yourself to the House briefly, then a brief background as well as to your experiences, then your vision for the office. In a nutshell, about 5 minutes will do. Thank you.
Yes, please. My name once again is David Donko. I'm in the Ghana School of Law. Having had all my previous educations and stay within the Ashanti region and Accra, I've had all my certificates from KNUST, basically, where I can say I have every certificate from KNUST up to the MPhil level. So that's a brief description of my background, and also based on my personal vision for the commission. I think the Ghana School of Law is one of a kind of an institution, and therefore everything that we do here and everything that we should be a replica, should be something that resonates with the people, because we are seen as a beacon, as a gateway for some of these exceptional deliveries. We should be in charge of, we should be the leading or the gateway for some of these exceptional deliveries. And most of the time, we realize that we don't even, with this vetting especially, I think should have been done much better in person. I don't really know the challenges that comes with it being organized in person, but I think some of these things should be made. There should be reforms, something that would keep some of these standards. So I believe in standards. I believe in excellence, and I feel my addition to the committee or to the commission is going to ensure that we live up to that standard that the people expect from us. Thank you very much. This is a brief description of myself and my vision for the office. Thank you. Hello.
Mr. Chair, please, are you?
Hello, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So that's a round of questionings. I don't know if Mr. Clark, are you ready to take the lead so that we proceed from there? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Donko, your nomination is for First Deputy Speaker.
Yes, please.
Okay, so why do you think that this committee should approve your nomination as First Deputy Speaker?
I come on board with a vast experience, taking back my experience as the main EC for KNUST 2012, 2011-2012 election, 2012-2013 election. I served as the main electoral commissioner for KNUST. And also back then, I also organized the NUCS election. I've gone ahead to be the GRASAC vice president and a substantive president as such. So with this level of experience and also having had other congresses attended and monitored other forms of elections, I believe I come on board with so much experience that the commission is going to benefit from. So I believe I deserve, or not to say I deserve, I believe my addition or my inclusion to the commission is going to be one of a kind and is going to straighten up some of these lapses and loopholes that we may encounter on our journey throughout the electoral process. At least my experience is going to smoothen the path. That's if things are going to be adjusted to and listen. My commission is also going to listen to my suggestions and probably go by them. I think we would have a very smooth electoral process and a learning curve for all of us. Thank you very much. I can't hear you, Mr.
Sorry. Yes, so the sense is that I get the sense that you have occupied the position of an electoral commissioner before, and you have also participated in other electoral activities, and
Yes.
you have yourself contested elections before.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm glad. So while as an electoral commissioner, you said KNUST, right?
Yes, please.
While as an electoral commissioner, can you share with me any peculiar challenge that you encountered? Now tell us what that challenge was and how you dealt with it.
Okay. I think the most challenging situation was when we were transitioning as a school from the paper ballot to the e-ballot. I think that was a suggestion coming from the school's management, and also looking at the timelines and the situation that we had ourselves in at that present time. There was no way we were going to have a smooth transition from the ballot to. So I made suggestions that we start the ballot system from the e-ballot system from the department level, correct the mistakes over there, move it to the faculty level, correct the mistakes over there, then we gradually get it to the college level. So through a 3-year transition, obviously, before we get to the main election, that's the SRC election and the NUCS, by then the system would have been smoothened enough, at least within those transition periods, would have smoothened the path for any litigations, any irregularities to be cleared. And this suggestion actually was met with some resistance, especially from the parliament then. They felt the ballot system was a means for the ECs at that time to cheat. But after organizing my election day, I think I was even awarded at the graduation day. I was just given that recognition for coming along with that suggestion. And the vice chancellor was so pleased with it when they took that suggestion. Student leaders then also came to the realization that it wasn't for my sake or for any other parochial interest, but it was rather for the entire students, for our own benefit, because we couldn't just jump from one system of paper ballots directly to an e-ballot system. We needed to transition smoothly in order. Now KNUST runs on my ideology, that ideology that I sold to the school, that I gave to the school, now they run on it, and now they are running a full e-ballot system. So at least I have that experience in that transition phase, and also coming across with my level of experience that I've had over a period. Personally, I think the commission needs more of an experience rather than more or less, I'll say, pinpointing people out of favoritism or other things. It's a matter of experience and how you make transitions and how to make decisions that doesn't only affect the current situation that you find yourself in, but the subsequent years to come. It's about making decisions that affect development, that affect systems, both internally and externally, and also to give a credible results and desires. I think that should be it. That should be it for that question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you think that you would have been the proper place, your proper place, you should have been nominated as a substantive EC?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. It's a commission. I find myself in Kumasi. So far as it's a commission and we are going to judge and share ideas, it's not about who leads. Rather, it's about how the person leading takes into consideration criticism, suggestions, and opinion from the other commission members to make the work easy and also successful for all of us. So it's not necessarily about who is leading, because arguably, in terms of age, in terms of, I would have said, I wouldn't even want to poke, and my experience in terms of life experiences, I wouldn't have been opted to go into a thing like this at this material time. But I believe coming on board is rather to sell an experience and to give an experience out that will help with our transition, our transition process through the electoral process, and not necessarily to take glory or to make it look like, oh, I'm supposed to be the one leading or not. That's not good. Thank you.
What will you do if, so don't misconstrue the question, okay? The questions are asked with the view of soliciting your team building, problem solving, all those kind of skills, okay?
I agree with
you. So what will you do when you have a disagreement with your other commissioners and you believe that having the experience that you have, your position should be what should be implemented, but you have a disagreement with your should I say, other members of the commission? What will you do in making sure that the matters don't escalate, you don't get into conflict, but then what you are proposing gets done because of your background and experience?
Okay, so I believe everything comes down to communication. So I believe if there are opinions, definitely they are like Moses, as they say. Everyone will come along with some form of experience, some form of demonstrations and other things. But it's left with the means and the medium of communicating it. If you have a suggestion, if my suggestions or my opinions are met with any form of resistance or whatever, I also have to sit back and ask myself reasons why my opinion is met with resistance. And that aside, if there are also opinions from other people who are also met with other resistance, it is only prudent that we make them know that maybe based on the current circumstance, based on situations, this and this and this would be the best way to go about it. It's about team building. So even if I'm in a majority or minority of one and the 3 other commissioners are in agreement, it means they have a point. Though I have to make sure that I register my opinion and my opinion is well registered clearly, so that at the end of the day, it wouldn't be like you didn't put in any suggestion. So that subsequently, if we are faced with any form of issues that we need to resolve, it would also be a better chance and a learning curve for all of us to appreciate other opinions and not necessarily to stick to our own entrenched opinions. It's not about taking entrenched opinions or entrenched positions. It's rather about getting what is best for the commission.
Okay, so you know the question is a two-legged question.
Yes.
The issue is that how would you I can give you a minute, a second.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
To deal with that.
No, it's fine.
Okay. How would you deal with a situation where you are having okay, so first of all, let me begin this way. You know that as a deputy commissioner, your function is mainly a support function.
Exactly.
You know that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So how will you deal with the situation where the support you are proposing or the idea you are proposing is rejected, but you feel strongly that that is the right way to go? That's the other leg of the question.
Yes. So in a situation where you have a strong feeling that your proposal should be adopted and it's not accepted or it's not gone by, it doesn't go down well with the other commissioners. It doesn't mean that it's entirely off the table. The team can probably implement their opinion, which majority of them may agree to. But maybe alongside, they may realize that, oh, they are getting into issues and what was earlier suggested, probably it's going to work. It's just about having that level of maturity to accept that, okay, this opinion that we came along with earlier is problematic. So maybe you have to adapt to what David or any other committee member or commission member was suggesting. You don't necessarily have to pick my idea at all costs. But once we go by an idea and realize that, oh, we are going to be faced with challenges or we are going to have some form of limitations with our earlier position, it's the maturity and the means of communicating it that the other parties would come along with. That says a lot. So I mean, I believe that should be the standpoint on this. It's not about your opinion being rejected, but even when it's rejected and you have a strong feeling that it's what's going to work for the entire student populace or the commission, it's left with the team to also maturely agree and also adjust to fit into our systems what was earlier rejected. It's not about whether it will be accepted, whether it wouldn't be accepted, but rather it's about us adjusting to it subsequently when we realize that we are being faced with challenges along the way.
Okay. Now, as the deputy, you are first deputy. As first deputy for Kumasi campus, I believe you don't get a sense that Kumasi is an island, and once you are there, you are far away, you are your own boss over there. And that always recognize that there is a chair. And that all directives will come from the chair. Exactly. I mean, as a commission. Okay. Exactly. Now, how would you support your chair in handling allegations of electoral irregularities?
First of all, allegations of electoral irregularities. Some irregularities have been suggested in the Constitution. So far as it's within the those stated within the Constitution, or even if we find out that it's not even within the Constitution, it is left with us to do a thorough investigation, set up a committee, investigate into it, come out with findings, and later make proposals for solutions. I believe in everything. It's about the results, the answers that you get out of some of these irregularities. That makes your path smoother for the subsequent elections or for your own personal development. The kind of challenges that you face today, how you deal with it, would determine when and how you put in measures to prevent those irregularities from happening again. So once we chance or we come by any irregularities, and my chair is in Accra or any other member within the commission, it's not a one-sided thing. So far as the person will be open, like we open up things, put it on a platform, put it within the commission for us to judge and discuss on it. I have no issues with it. There and then you see that inclusiveness, and you see that people would then put in or make suggestions that would influence some of these decisions that will take on these irregularities. So it's not about solving situations on our own or individually, but rather how the team meets up and comes out with solutions. Rather, it's a commission. It's not really a one-man show or a one-man thing. So even when you are called to make suggestions or listening to facts of an issue, let's say within Accra, any of the campuses, if the EC over there is able to put it on a platform or to bring it up for discussions, I believe he should be he should open up to take suggestions from other commission members on the way forward to deal with those irregularities. Thank you.
As a deputy, and this is my last question, Mr. Chair. As a deputy, yes, because given your special circumstance and the time, as a deputy, will you be amenable to any, let's say, student group that requests special voting arrangements? How would you handle that?
I think now, reading through the Constitution, though I haven't really had so much time to familiarize myself with it thoroughly, I believe we are going by the ballot system. That's what I saw in the Constitution. So once it's whatever the group or whatever they are asking for is within the ambit of the Constitution, I believe we can, and I believe we can assist. I don't know whether I get a question well, but once it's within the ambit of the Constitution and we can assist in any way, I believe we can always put in that effort to come through for such a team.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Black. Honorable Percy, if you are here, kindly take the floor. 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so nominee.
My boss, I greet you.
Yeah, I take on. Hope you are well.
I'm well, sir.
That is good. That's good. My first question to you is, what do you understand by the distinct role between the first deputy EC and then the second deputy EC?
Okay, to be honest with you, I was of the opinion that just like the presidency, mostly it's from the Accra campus, anyone from the Accra campuses. Then, hold on, please. I think I'm confronted with some noise over there. So that was my thought, but I don't know whether it's right. Then maybe Kumasi, once it's the vice presidency, obviously the deputy may come from any of the peripheral campuses. So not necessarily, I don't have any backing to it, but that's the belief I've come to have. So unless maybe there's anything contrary to that, and the chair would educate me on that.
I see. So there's no much of a difference, if that's what you are saying.
Okay.
So, should I call you the vice EC? As the vice EC, in what situations do you step in for the main EC?
Okay. Thanks for that notice. I appreciate it.
Did you get the question?
Yes. You asked about the distinct role between the vice EC and the main EC.
Yes, and then I'm asking you, in what situations would you step in for in what sort of situations would you step in for the main EC?
Oh, when probably he decides to give you some of his duties or to order you to do certain things on his behalf, and probably when he is indisposed or in a situation that he resigns, obviously, you can step in as the main EC. So I think based on any of these three conditions that I've given, I'm sure there are other conditions that can also come up for me to fill in for him. So,
all right. So you see, based on I heard you speak about your experiences. You've had a lot of experiences working as an EC or a member of the Electoral Commission, specifically with student affairs. Clearly, you've had a lot of experience than a first nominee. Now, as the deputy EC, how do you intend on running your operations without undermining the authorities of the main EC?
Oh, I don't believe there is going to be any there are any thoughts of undermining. He's my boss, he's the main EC. You only support him. Probably throw in ideas to him based on my experiences. I can come across, or I can come along with suggestions. At the end of the day, it's to make the association better, it's to make our stay within the school better. We build each other. Once the person is willing to learn and also willing to take suggestions, I think that should be the basic thing. And I'm sure he doesn't come across as someone who may be too difficult. I'm sure he would take advice, he would take suggestions and opinions from us. And I believe we can make things better from there.
Okay. So then my next question. How do you call it? If there's any form of disagreement, how do you people intend to resolve it? What is the appropriate forum to come before?
Oh, okay. Personally, I am the type who is very open and hardly do things allow things to escalate between that personal level at that level. But I believe whenever there's any conflict or any which is part of human institutions, I believe there are several bodies within the association. The Congress can fall on the Congress or leadership at Congress or other things to probably straighten things up. So I believe it's at the end of the day to make the association or the committee, the SRC better. It's not to find a victor and a valor or whatever. No, it's about making the association better. So if there's an issue and it has to be resolved, whoever is the appropriate person that we can fall on or to call on to, especially when it's escalated between that personal level, then obviously you have to fall on a third party to come in and probably listen and get things straightened up. I believe it's just a mere period that we have to share, and issues like this shouldn't really come up, and we shouldn't be confronted with such difficulties. Even if we are confronted with such difficulties, I believe there are senior men like you in the system that we can call on to for ideas and to help straighten things up. So,
okay. So if asked, in situations where you feel like the main EC is compromised, or should I say, has a sort of conflict of interest in any matter, how would you take upon that situation?
Oh, once the level of compromise is going to affect the outcome or is going to affect the activities of us getting fairness or justice, obviously they are commission members. We can bring it to his notice and try to let him correct his ways in a very amenable means, so that it's resolved just when it needs to be resolved before it gets escalated. But in a situation whereby the issue goes beyond the commission members, and we have to take it up, especially if it's compromised in a way of causing injustice, or in a situation whereby the right person who's supposed to win is not going to win because of certain activities or certain conduct, is going to advantage another person over the other. For that one, I personally do not subscribe to such situations. So I'll bring it to the notice of the other commission members and probably take a very wise and a prudent decision towards that. So I hope, and I know, I've had several experiences with elections, and like I said, issues like this always come up, but it's always better to quench it when the fire is being lighted than to wait for it to be lighted before you try to quench it up. So we'll find ways and means to make sure that we are all not compromised in any way, because I've monitored, I think I ran the most from my stay in KNSC in 2009 to when I conducted my election. Always elections were confronted with litigations. You realize that we finish voting and it's in court, it's in the GC, some is going to the high court. No, but my election, from the non-residential elections to the NUCS election to SRC election, there was no court case, there was no litigation that came up with it, because we tried to put ourselves in check as commission members, and we set standards for ourselves, and we actually delivered. And at the end of the day, we were all praised. We were all we saw the good work that we did and the welcome that we had out of it. So I believe with my inclusion in the commission, I believe it's going to add up a lot of experience, and we are going to get a very fair.
The oath you just swore.
Yes.
If you are to be appointed, or should I say, if you are to be approved by the House.
Sure.
What I am getting from this, you are willing to report the main EC in any case where
so far as you will compromise the results of the election.
Good.
Or if it's any activity that would jeopardize the face of the association or the SRC, then obviously it has to be handled in the right way.
This is my final question to you, is that what would make you step down or resign?
Okay. What will make me resign or step down is always in two phases. You know, there are situations whereby it's not about your incompetence, but because you are stifled or you are not having the necessary resources or the times to make things work in a perfect way. In such situations, I wouldn't want to take the face of the shame. So obviously, and this will come in when practical measures have been put in place to make the path smooth, but it's been met with resistance along the way. Then obviously I'll feel like I'm being set up to fail. And for that, I would prefer to step out. And also when I realize that per the conduct of maybe majority of my commission members, if I'm not convinced about certain things and I have questions that have not been well answered, then obviously I wouldn't want to take the shame for that. So I'll make it known if it's not corrected, if steps are not taken or steps are not made to put my mind to rest. I wouldn't want to have a situation whereby I cannot sleep at night, or I'll be blamed for a situation that I am not supposed to be blamed for. In that situation or in such instances, I'll prefer to step out and probably save my face on that.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. It's been a while.
Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Percy. Thank you, Honorable Percy. Honorable Milita, if you're ready to take over, kindly proceed. Thank you. If Honorable Milita is not ready, I guess I'll take my turn. Honorable Mr. David CV, I presume that you are an entrepreneur. You run an agri-hub stroke Cambridge Farms. And at the same time, you are also pursuing the 3 postgraduate programs concurrently.
No,
an executive
they are all
MBA.
done. They are all done.
Okay, right. And I'm sure that's fine. Congratulations on completing those courses.
Thank you, boss.
Very well. So on the issue of, I think my members have asked all the pertinent questions, and I'd just like to take your candid take on this. Now, many nominees promise transparency and fairness as far as the conduct of elections is concerned. Beyond these generic terms, right? Could you articulate about just 3, and that's my only question, just 3 concrete and measurable initiatives you would personally champion as first deputy chairperson to raise the credibility of SRC elections at the Ghana School of Law above the standard of previous years?
Okay. So I believe the electoral phase has 3 stages. The preparatory stage, the main event, and the post-event. The preparatory stage is the most important phase. That's where you create a belief or a disbelief in the minds of the people. You create doubts or you create clarity in the minds of people. Every single process that needs to be done, that is well established within the Constitution, it has to be clearly done. If it's with opening of nominations, if it's with the display of the voter register, once you're able to do some of these things with that clarity and explanation, it creates that trust. So me, I am of the view that the pre-election phase should be done and should be done well. The main event, which always takes effect from the preparatory state. If the preparatory state is not that solid and it doesn't come with that clarity, obviously you are going to have challenges within the main stage. So I personally always prefer to run a very transparent preparatory phase. Whatever thing that has to be done has to be done. Whatever restrictions that are supposed to go with you, the EC or the Electoral Commission members, it has to go with it. Then it creates that belief and that kind of clarity within the system. In that situation, the Electoral College has that level of trust for you. And funny enough, it always affects the turnout of an election. From my experience, I came into an election, I organized an election back in Kenya University whereby the winner was winning with, let's say, 900 votes. But when I was the EC, I realized that the process, how open the structure, how open the process was, and how well structured it was. We jumped from a winner winning with just 900 votes back then to about 8,000 votes. That should tell you the level of participation and how they trusted the system that we were participating into. So the preparatory stage needs to be done well, and that will show massively in the main event. And also how you handle the post-election issues, declaration, coalition of results, how you get your material facts in check, everything. So I believe in these three phases, and when they are done, or the decisions that you take within these three phases are the most important thing. It's not about anything that you say contrary or you say in hindsight, but these are the three most important stages that you have to deal with in an election in order to create that transparency and clarity with the people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Honorable Nominee.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So, Honorable Milita, if you are here, you take the final round since you are the last for this session. Honorable Milita, are you here? If not, due to the exigency of time, you may have to proceed.
Mr. Chair, I believe that she's not online. She indicated that her phone was on low battery. So probably
Right.
maybe she's here.
Okay.
She's here. Yes, she's here. Honorable Milita, please, if you can hear us.
Hello, honorable members. Hi.
Hello, my lady.
I'm here. Mr. Donko, it's good to see you. Please, I hope you are good.
My lady, I'm doing well. Yourself?
Thank God. I have only 2 questions for you, okay?
Sure.
My first question is that, assuming you have 3 candidates and they've obtained the same number of votes, how then do you get the EC to manage and get the person that's actually the winner? Or would you also take a nudge from Congress to help the EC determine who should be the winner? Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. If I'm to take up the question, you have a situation whereby you have 3 candidates and they all have the same number of votes. And at the end of the day, someone needs to be president. Obviously, It calls for a re-election. You can't just take that right to Congress for Congress to make a decision. Elections are handled by the college, the electoral college. So obviously, on a second try, probably one vote may sway somewhere, and that'll bring that clarity for us to know who won. But taking that right from the commission or from the electoral college to Congress or to the executive, I believe would be a sidestep of the constitution over there.
Okay, thank you. Now, my second question, please. It's a two-legged question. Are you aware that it is the EC that nominates the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the clerk of Congress?
Is the EC that nominates?
That conducts the election, that conducts the election over the speaker, the deputy speaker, and then the clerk. They supervise it.
I think it's similar with the KNUST system.
Yes. So then the second leg, in your view, whom do you think should be is it supposed to be the deputy? Is it supposed to be the clerk, or is it supposed to be the speaker? Whom do you think should be elected in first?
I believe the person to be elected first should be the speaker.
Why?
With the reason that the speaker is the figurehead. And unlike maybe an Arabian conduct system whereby you start from the least to the highest rule or whatever, if the speaker is not elected first and it turns out the other way around, I believe there will be some form of undue influence And equally, if the EC, so if the speaker is also elected first, definitely it's going to be, if if there's going to be that kind of favoritism or impartiality trickling down, if it's meant to happen, it's meant to happen. But what is the position of the constitution? Is the constitution telling us that the speaker that has to be voted first, or is the deputy speaker, or is the clerk that has to be voted first? Equally, the election can be handled in a single, through a single ballot, whereby people will be given the chance to vote for who they want as the speaker. There will be a ballot available for who would vote, those who want to vote for clerk. So they take those three decisions at a go. And I believe when such countings are done, obviously, you have a clear selection of who they want to have as a speaker, who they want to have as a clerk, and who they want to have as a deputy speaker. But as to you separating these electoral colleges or electoral reforms, obviously, is going to create this swaying, whereby when the candidate wins the speaker, he will be compelled to whip the other parties in line in order to get the votes that they require, or to get their people to fill in those other slots. But if that ballot is done once, or like at a go, whereby each and every individual is allowed to take a decision right at the ballot, at the electoral front, the person makes a decision and the votes are counted. It doesn't really matter who, whether it's the speaker that you voted for first, but the ballot is cast once. So whatever outcome that the election will present will be fair to me. In that manner, it will be fair, rather than we subjecting it to let's vote for speaker first, they will come and vote for clerk, they will come and vote for deputy speaker. In that way, I feel it encourages this bias, which I am not a fan of. When you have an avenue to create that situation whereby people will be just and fair with their decisions without they being compromised or influenced, you always go for that rather than to go for an option whereby you give them a chance or you create room for compromise.
Very well, Mr. Donko. Have a wonderful evening. Mr. Chair, please, I'm done with you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Milita, for keeping it brief for us, Donko. Thank you for your time. And if you have any closing remarks, you may proceed to give those remarks. Then we can bid farewell.
Mr. Chair, thank you for having me, and the general student population who are listening to us. We believe that we have to make our society or our association better. And it starts with us making the right decisions and taking informed decisions like this, such as the vetting process. We are all encouraged to participate in student activities and to make sure that we have our say in these student affairs. I thank you for having me here today and for this process, which I believe will strengthen our association and make it better. Thank you for your time and everything. I hope that whatever the outcome of these events and these nominations will be, at the end of the day, is the student association that stands first, that comes first. And that should be our major priority rather than our parochial or our individual interests that we intend to push. Thank you all for having me, Mr. Chair, and I'm grateful.
Thank you. Have a good
Mr.
night.
Chair, please, does Kumasi have group A, group B? Which of the groups is the nominee, please?
I'm in group A.
Group A. Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. The next on the bill is Set Abraham Azi, the third deputy EC chair. Mr. Azi, if you are here, kindly show thyself.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here and present. Good evening, panel. Can I be heard, please? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can I be heard, please?
Yes, you can be heard. I think the problem is from.
Okay. All right.
Give him a minute.
Hello, Mr. Che. Hello, Mr. Che. Please, is Mr. Abraham Set Azi here?
Yes, I am. If you can hear me.
Oh, okay, okay. Mr. Chair, please, should we proceed with the vote taking? Please, somebody's microphone is on. Who is that?
Hello? Hello, Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Proceed with the vote, please.
Please, should we proceed?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Please just proceed.
Okay, okay, okay. Hey, sorry, I was on mute. So I was saying that, Honorable Nominee, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can.
Yes, so I was saying that if you have a Bible or a cross, or depending on what you are, what you believe in, you can take it. If not, kindly raise your right hand in affirmation. Okay, so when I say I, you will repeat after me, mention your name, and then we take it from there, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so I,
Abraham Seth Aji,
swear in the name, solemnly affirm,
solemnly affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
before this committee touching on the matters in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nominee.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, please, the nominee is ready for you.
All right, Honorable Nominee, congratulations on your appointments, and I welcome you to this vetting session. And I would like to say that the first leg of this session is for you to introduce yourself and give a brief background as to your experiences and what you intend to achieve in the office that you hope to occupy. And so briefly, kindly run us through that. Then we proceed to the question phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good evening once again to the committee. My name is Abraham Seth Aji. By way of education, I had my secondary school education in Bishop Eman College. Proceeded from there to University of Cape Coast for my first degree, a Bachelor of Commerce, and then on to Coventry University for a Master's in Engineering and Management. In between time, I did some professional certification in CIPS, that's the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. I hold an LLB from GIMPA, and an LLM from the University of Ghana. I'm currently a Part 2 student with GIMPA Group A of the Ghana School of Law, where I'm pursuing my professional certification in law. By way of work experience, I have been in the areas of supply chain, logistics, and procurement for the past, should I say, 19 to 20 years. And that is the area of expertise I hold thus far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To bring it to bear on the position I've been nominated for, largely the position of a third deputy electoral commissioner is one of a support function to the broader activities of the commission. And so my motivation is to contribute to my quota by way of administrative expertise and operational capabilities to see to the growth and to ensure that there's fairness, transparency, and a clear dictate by way of what student or person's representation are done or given through the ballot and expressing saying by way of the results that are declared. In short, my focus is just to contribute my expertise to the commission to churn out results or outcomes of elections that are free, transparent, and fair, and holds that credibility for the student body as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Abraham Seth Adzi. And I realized that in your invitation, it was Abraham Aziz, which was no fault of ours. That's the correspondence we received from the president. And so that's the reason it's reflected in the invite. So we extend our apologies. Honorable.
Yes, that's right.
Honorable Percy, Ofori-Dankwa, kindly you may begin with this round of questioning. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor. Please, I want to clarify, this is the final nominee for the night, right?
That is correct, for tonight.
Okay, sure. Mr. Seth. Can you hear? Yes.
Yes, I can. Mr. Chair, I can hear you.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm keeping well. I'm great by the grace of God. Yourself?
I'm fine. I'm very, very much. What campus are you situated?
I'm on GIMPA campus.
GIMPA
Group A.
Hello.
I'm on GIMPA Group A.
Part 2 or Part 1?
Part 2.
All right. So, like I asked before, what would you think is the difference between your position, the position you've been nominated for, and then the first deputy and the EC? What do you think the difference is?
And so, literally, my understanding of it, like I said in my intro, is one of a support function where I bring my efforts and my ability to support the main commissioner, and then by extension, the other commissioners in running the commission to get its needed results and mandates carried out.
Okay. So in terms of holding your other colleagues accountable, how do you intend to do that?
Well, I believe as a commission, there's a reason why the Constitution provides for not just all persons, but makes mention of specific designations by way of there being a commissioner and 3 other deputies. In the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution, I want to believe that the expectation is we would all come to the table with our expertise and our insights and ensure that what ought to be done is done. That notwithstanding, I don't see, except for the commissioner who is a bit elevated in terms of the enumeration in the Constitution, the 3 other deputies, to the best of my understanding, are supposed to be on a level field. And so by way of there being a discourse, it happens in every human institution. It is the ability that we have to sit around the table and point out to who, when the odds happen, and the way to resolve or come to a clean understanding of what ought to be done and what has been missed. Basically, it's about communication and holding each other accountable for the mandate that we have been given. And I'm sure if maturity prevails, it shouldn't be a difficulty trying to bring each other to accountability when they need be.
Very well. As a second deputy,
Third
irrespective
deputy.
third deputy, irrespective of the fact that you said, you made mention that you play more of the support role. How do you intend to remain proactive rather than passive?
So okay, we all come to the table with different levels of expertise. My strong areas may not be the strong areas of other commissioners on the commission. In the same way, in other strong areas for other commissioners may not be my strong area as well. So though I may have mentioned that there's a support function, the emphasis is that we are harnessing our efforts and expertise collectively. I've been around some of these things for some time to know that they always say that a team is as good as its weakest link. And so once that there's a certain lapse or a gap in terms of the expertise that is needed around the table, it shouldn't be about you succeeding or playing your role. It is then that you are all failing or you are all winning. And so I may have mentioned that there's a support function, but in essence, it is to bring the expertise to make sure that there's no gap in that cycle, and we bring every expertise we have on board to make it work. And so it is not a laid-back approach, but rather to say that I am bringing the expertise to augment what is already around the table to make sure we carry out our mandate and we do so to the best of our ability.
Honorable nominee, what forms of experiences do you have concerning this office?
So personally, I may not have been in part of a commission, but per the requirements of the Constitution, qualification onto a commission is one that stands in the stead or is able to be nominated as a supreme chief to the Supreme Court as well. And so that would rather my understanding that there's not a clear-cut criteria as to who qualifies to sit here. But in my experience, by way of my corporate work and then the places I have been in all of my career, management has been a key outlook for most of the things I've done. And so literally, the commission is supposed to manage an election process and make sure that we get the best of outcomes out of that process. And if it's about pulling resources together and managing the process to its expected end, that is an area of expertise for me. So that is where I would emphasize that given the expertise I bring to the table, it should be enough to help the team cross our mandate.
So what I'm getting is you've not actually worked in you've not worked with an electoral commission board or any sort of institution of such? Or
no, I haven't.
Have you also contested in any form of student politics throughout your academic years?
Yes, I did. I did for secondary school. I did same for the university.
What position did you contest for in the university?
In the university, there was a floor representation that needed to be part of the JCR. And so for my floor, I went up against two other colleagues for that role.
See, in respect of, let's say, when there's an issue of misconduct on the part of your superiors, what do you do?
Well, I believe for the commission, there are clear guidelines as to what ought to be done by who. And the event that the said superior is going contrary to what the guidelines and the regulations prescribe, it is for me to bring to the notice of that superior. And where that notice to that superior fails to get that needed traction or he fails to heed to say, I would want to believe there are other avenues to prevent such anomalies or such irregularities, and I'll be the first to take those options and champion them.
And if it be the case that the first deputy and the electoral commissioner is unavailable, how prepared are you to take that office?
Given that we would work together as a team, irrespective of who is sitting in the seat, even though we would have a leader by way of the commissioner, I would want to believe that we would all be ready to carry the mantle whenever need be.
Very well. That will be all for me. Mr. Chair, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Percy. Thank you. Honorable Clerk, if you are minded, you could take up the floor and proceed with your questions. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I sent you a message, but you have not looked at it, but I'll proceed with just a few questions for the nominee. Honorable Mr. Nominee. Yes, now I am. Mr. Nominee, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So can you confirm you are on the Gimpa campus?
Yes, I am a Group A student on the Gimpa campus.
Group A. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And my understanding, following from the last question, I understand that you contested a floor election.
Yes.
Okay. Which school? Which
University of Cape Coast.
University of Cape Coast.
Oguaho.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Did you win?
I did.
I see. What did you do that you think made you win?
Well, I think elections, some may say, is a lot about numbers, but some of us believe that it's a lot more about what you're bringing to the table and what that resonates with the electorate. At the time, I've always been an affable person. At the time, I had always had in mind the concerns of the floor. And so in articulating what the concerns of the floor was and how to get results, it was easy to get into the minds of my colleagues. And at the time, they thought that, well, my message stood out for them, and they decided to give me the mandate to represent them.
Okay. So in your supporting role, because you'll be supporting the chair, or all of you will be working as a group, what plans do you think you can bring on board to make the SRC elections better managed and better participated, or participatory, if I should put it that way?
One of the quick goal for me would be the systems that we use in running our elections. Yes, today, if we want to take a very critical look at the way elections are carried out, it is done manually. And that, I believe, to some extent has a bearing on the, should I say, the extent to which students or members actively participate in that process. The setup of our school time is such that, unfortunately, we don't all get to be in the same space at the same time. While some are coming in, others are going out. And so running such manual systems may have its advantages, but equally may have its flaws. Yes, the time limit for us now is short, but for me, one of the key things would be to start engagement or talking around the possibilities of having what we call the e-voting or something. It may not happen in our time, I agree. But I believe that administrations and governments are continue. Yeah. If we start from somewhere, maybe persons after us may come to run it and bring it to a fruition where it becomes easier for students to sit wherever they are in the comfort of their space and still be part of this electoral process. And by that, it has this tendencies of getting people more involved than they are as it stands today. And so, given the nod, that is one of the prime areas I would want to bring on the table for discussion, with the hope that my other commissioners may buy into it, so that even if it is not implemented in this, obviously it won't be anyway, times to come or years to come, that process would have been started by us and brought to a close by some other administration, but it still would have meant that something had been done by way of the way elections are carried out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm impressed. I'm happy to know that at least we have some people who are amenable to discussions on e-voting, because I mean, this is a school that's in your own ways. We don't all get to meet at the same time. While some is coming in, some is going out, exiting, and the times even makes it so difficult for people to leave their books, leave their lectures. Elections take place during lecture periods, and people will not leave their lectures and go and stand in a queue to go and vote. But if we are going to open up to the possibility of an e-voting and even have the discussion, so that we will transition. Life must move.
Sure.
Life must move on. And so I'm happy you have that. You are amenable and open to discussions on that. How would you, or what will you do if a candidate alleges bias against you?
Well, fortunately, in our part of the jurisdiction, it is not enough to just allege bias. There are enough case laws to go that you need to go ahead to actually prove a real existence of a bias. If it comes to that position where a real existence of a bias is proved, except from you, apart from me, there should be 3 other commissioners, including the head of the commission, who can equally carry out the mandate without me. And so if I'm going to be the problem, I don't mind recusing myself so that the other commissioners, if the said candidate is comfortable with them and it ensures the integrity of the electoral process, I don't mind recusing myself for the process to continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, please, I'll end it here.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. And I think that you
Rambuche, please, we can't hear you. I don't know if you are still talking, but we can't hear you.
honorable members, other members, the floor. So I'll proceed. Well, I keep saying honorable. So Mr. Akim, trust your name because of the mistake we made. Your background. Hello. Can I be heard? Is it better?
Yes, it's better now.
Today has been okay. All right. Thank you. So I was okay. So yes, I was saying that judging from your resume and the document you received, your professional background shows over 19 years of experience in senior procurement and supply chain leadership roles, including managing multi-million-dollar contracts and all, working among people's teams and all that. So judging from this repertoire of experience, do you think that in any way your colleagues may feel that you would appear too authoritative, or you may overshadow the propensity that you may overshadow the lead commissioner exists, judging from your own perspective? Do you think that there was a possibility that they would feel like that?
Rather to the contrary, Mr. Chair, I am that affable and down to earth. I try not to let the accolades go before me. And so if you notice, even introducing myself, I was careful to keep out a lot of the details. The intent is not to show superiority or mastery. I am sure if everybody were supposed to churn out what they've done and the experience, there will be others that will far surpass mine. But the focus is to get the team to work. It's not about who comes in with the highest shoulder, who comes with the lowest. As I mentioned earlier, a team is as good as its weakest link. And so whatever we need to bring to the table to make sure we all feel comfortable to work and we get the mandate carried out, that's the most important. It's not about who is senior and who is more qualified or who has more experience or who has seen more of it than the other. It is about working together as a team. It's the team effort that carries the mandate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your modesty. My second question has to do with your motivation statement. Repeatedly you emphasize that a specific phrase, strict adherence to electoral guidelines, impartiality, and the rule of law. Then I'm minded to believe that those are very key principles you adhere to. And so given your extensive corporate experience, which includes negotiating high-stake contracts, managing supplier relationships, would you be able to describe any specific past situation where you face pressure to either favor one party over the other? And would you like to tell us how you'd apply the same principles of neutrality and transparency if a candidate or a student group attempted to influence the Electoral Commission during the upcoming polls?
So I don't know if this comes in handy, but I'll give an example of earlier this afternoon. A certain place I apply my expertise is carrying out an activity early tomorrow morning. And as part of that sequence, we need supply of very large volumes of water. My current supplier is it's indisposed and cannot give me those volumes. And so I need to quickly open bids for third parties to bid. At about 11, I received calls from persons I know from other areas who had heard of the bid and were interested in picking up the expectation was that, I'll be lenient with them because we have a certain relationship. But straight to the chase, I just made them know that I'm going to give you a certain set of information concerning what my current offerings are. And I'm going to give the same set of information to every other person who is bidding for same offer. And so I don't present an unskewed, a very skewed playing field for you. If after giving out that information, you still come in competitive, I don't mind. I'm willing to look your way. And so for me, that is how I've always dealt by way of transparency. I always tell people I sit around the table with in terms of negotiation that I will come with an open book. Where I'm able to bend for you, I will let you know. Where I cannot bend, I will let you know. And so I would rather that it is that transparent and open. And given the conversations of this afternoon, in a space of 3 to 4 hours, we're able to settle on someone. And even though if they should go back and discuss among themselves, I know they would conclude that I have been transparent with them in all their dealings. And so same platform, same scenario can just be carried into the student space. If it is something that ought to be extended to all parties, I don't see why I should deny one and make it favorable to the other. If I have to make it less stressful for one party, I should be willing to make it less stressful for all parties. Let's not forget that the position we have been nominated for, I have been nominated for, is one that should sit as an empire. And as an empire, just like a parent, you can't really choose between your kids to love one more than the other. You need to provide as fairly as possible to all concerned so that at the end of the day, should one prevail over the other, you don't carry the guilt or your conscience don't eat you that did I make it less stressful or more difficult for the other. At least your conscience is clean and you know that you have been transparent in your approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Honorable. My last question. How do you know the current Src president? And what role, if any, did you play in his campaign during the election?
Well, I've been born, bred, raised in Tema all my life. I think I was only out of Tema for school in secondary school and then later in Cape Coast. Those are the only times I stayed out of Tema. And so it is very unlikely that I've passed across proud to law school. And in the spirit of his campaign, I think I was in part 1 then. He was in my class a few times. And I think I got to interact with him, I think just once or twice when he was trying to sell his message. I sit in front. And so after he takes the microphone and speaks, he will try to walk around and greet everybody. We exchange pleasantries and by far, that is how well I've known or encountered him. So there's nothing personal, there's nothing cordial, except to say I had to show face when he came around to campaign. We had a few chit chats, and that is all there is to it. Thank you, Brother Chair.
Right. So thank you very much. That'll be all for this session. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your cooperation. We wish you all the best, and you'll definitely hear from us as far as the committee is concerned and what conclusion we reach and recommendations we make to Congress. And we believe that will be done in the earliest, shortest possible time. In the shortest possible time, we'll do that. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And on that note, if you have any closing remarks, there's the time to proceed to give those remarks before we close down the curtain on this session of the vetting.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I just would want to conclude to say that, well, for me, I believe that electoral systems are fundamental to legitimate leadership and institutional trust. And so for every leadership to be able to carry out its mandate, even in response to that same mandate that the electorate have given them, it is important that the processes that puts them there are one that is deemed credible and of high integrity. That precisely is what I bring my efforts to help to ensure that that same mandate is carried out. And given the nod from this committee, that is exactly what I want to apply myself to. I thank you for having me, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham said Azi. Enjoy the rest of you. Have a good night. Honorable members, this is where we draw the curtains on the first sitting of the vetting committee of the 63rd Congress of the Ghana School of Law, Src. On that note, I want to appreciate each and every member that made it through the vetting session, and we thank you. We hope that at the publication of the next vetting session, you would be here to lend your support to this cause. Hopefully, going forward, we will work hard in hand to ensure that whatever the Constitution has mandated us to discharge, we would do so in earnest with aplomb and grace. So yeah, basically that's it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye. Honorable Clerk.
Yes, I should end up more, right?
Yes, please. We are done for the night. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you too.